me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure.
Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. Adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. like you do. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. It's electric, you always get the reaction. It's electric, your aura strikes like lightning. It's electric, no, I ain't got a chance. I got no words, no words. It's electric, need you in the heart next to mine. It's electric.
Let me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind. I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine. Yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions.
There's no doubt, gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kind.
Three, two, one, go.
And what is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the Wild Rift Open, brought to you by FSL, supported by Intel and Yahoo. My name is Jayz. Joining me right here is Gamernissem, or aka Grandon, my man. It's my first time casting your review, so extremely excited how this is going to actually turn out.
Yeah, it's been crazy, right?
Yeah,
the
man.
fact is, I've seen you around for so long. It's our first chance to cast together, and what better stage to do it than the FSL? It's been a long time. I think it's been like 2 years since the last time I've got a chance to work with them, and that was when we were able to do live events, and they had this amazing series for like League of Legends, and I think it was an AOV at the time. And yeah, I mean, now we're moving into Wild Rift, a game that I can very much enjoy.
Yes, and you know what? Like, we were actually talking about this earlier just now before we actually went live. I just realized that, oh my goodness, I've never casted for a LAN event because I joined casting when COVID struck, so we're forced to be in our small little box, so I cannot really put my hand over. I wouldn't be able to send a hand over to Grandon's side of the webcam. But enough of us rambling about our experience of casting. Today we'll be watching the playoffs. This is day number one. The group stage has been going in the background for the past 2 days, so now we're moving into the playoffs, where it will be a single elimination, best of 3. Coming up next will be NSL going up against Space Gamer KALLYX.
I think it's really interesting because NSL has had such a wealth of experience playing in Wild Rift and even in League of Legends, and I'm being able to transfer all that knowledge into the game that they're playing now is just such a strong advantage point. So going into the playoffs, I think they are quite a heavy favorite, but we still have a lot to kind of expect to see from them for them to really prove themselves moving forward.
Yes, and that's right. You know what? You mentioned about NSL having like the prior experience. They have the veteran C card right here as well, right? In fact, if I'm not mistaken, NSL are basically they are the leading team in their respective groups, whereas Space Gamer KALLYX is actually going in 4-4, but they are not the leading one. In fact, it was Greensky Ares that is leading in their group. But enough of them. But enough about the group stages. I think what we need to focus about is right now as they're going into the playoffs. What are the kind of champions that we will be looking out for? It's a lot of things on the table, right? Because we're seeing like Morgana being picked up very frequently recently because so much utility in this one little champion, like the Dark Binding, the just CC to stall people, there's AoE damage, there's the Black Shield that just makes you immune to the CCs, and in fact a game-changing ultimate. So I'm looking towards Morgana being picked up in our Rift Open day number one.
I really like the idea that you've kind of proposed with the Morgana because it's symptomatic of a bigger issue as a whole, right? Because Morgana is so strong as a pick because of the demand and the necessity to ban away other picks on the Baron lane side of the map. So when you get rid of things like Percent, like the Jayz, even to some extent, maybe even like Renekton, Riven, you then have to leave open inherently some of the other pickups, which are going to be things like the Morgana, which, like you mentioned, has a lot of wave clear, a lot of potential to clear out waves. That being said, we also see a lot of focus around some hyper carry, hyper scaling marksmen, because only those, I think, right now are able to keep up with the kind of tempo that we're seeing from a couple of these like mage style support bot laners. And so overall, Morgana's a big one, Ziggs is a big one. It's interesting to see that they have actually been kind of relegated into the not perma-ban category and into the first pick space, which is nice to see because it kind of means that the meta is moving around, shifting around a little bit.
I love it when people are actually innovating with the meta. But with that said, let's hop into the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at what kind of meta or gameplay style they'll be bringing onto the table. First off in the ban, it is going to be all of the Morgana that we were talking about. Basically, I've been fangirling about earlier just now. The Fiora, the Jax, the Jayz, the Sets. Meta bans being banned away. Picks going in for the side of NSL. It is going to be the Camille and Space Gamer KALLYX responding with the Diana and the Gragas.
So you get the Camille really early on because you want to have that flexibility, but then you go straight for the Renekton, and so you say like, I don't need any flexibility. I can play for any matchup that you want to bring my way. I do really like the Renekton here because there are not that many picks that are really left available that can deal with the Renekton very well. Darius, Garen are generally pretty decent matchups, but the Renekton is still quite favored here, especially with the Camille. It's very easy to dive your opponent. The Gragas has one good option, which is that ultimate, the explosive cast, which is going to give him some space. Apart from that, it's not very easy to get away from these dives.
Yeah, truly agree. It feels like, NSL will be having a very strong Baron lane on the top side. Camille could look into ganking all the way out of the top side. And that brings up to another point, whereas the Ziggs getting picked up by the side of NSL. Like I said, NSL feels like they don't really need these flexible picks anymore, but this Ziggs could definitely go into the dragon lane, could go into the mid lane as well. So there are a bit of flexibility from their point of view, but Space Gamer KALLYX, is that a Senna I see?
Yeah, Senna does really well right now. It's been able to get a lot of scaling, especially when you're able to play with like low or high economy supports where they kind of want a little bit more gold. You're able to play a little bit more passively. That being said, Daryl likes to drop all these numbers. Like it takes 18 minutes to get to your strongest scaling point, ideally. Personally, for me, I don't look at it that way. I think the utility for Senna comes in a lot of different ways, especially with that global ultimate. You're able to cover so much distance and so much space. It really helps your team play against a lot of the big guys, a lot of the big engagers that might come through. And as we look through the second ban phase, right, you see the Darius, the Galio getting banned out. So some of the matchups that might be a little bit difficult for the Renekton, like we mentioned, that's three. We are seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Baron lane bans so far, right? 5 Baron lane bans. just so it opens up the space for the Renekton to have a strong matchup. It shows the power and importance of having a good Baron leader.
Yeah, and it feels like, it feels like NSL should be securing the first few Rift Heralds because of their strong ability to basically control the Baron lane, and now Jarvan getting tossed into that mix, basically almost eliminating most of the Baron laners. The only Baron laners I could think of that will fight against a Renekton to hold their ground, I would say it's like a Garen, but no, they're going to lock in the Riven instead.
So Riven has an okay matchup, but this is a little bit risky.
Yeah.
I might actually prefer Gragas top and Riven in the jungle, because I think Riven has a lot better scaling, it has better mobility, especially since it's up against like Camille. You want to have that. But I think either way could work. It's ultimately up to their preference and their individual ability. But that being said, the Riven's going to require a little bit more assistance, and that kind of makes things a little bit more one-dimensional for this team. Braum being picked up for NSL, I do think that this could... Akshan? Okay, interesting one.
Yeah, but okay, Akshan being picked up here. Can you what do you mean by interesting? Like, do tell us more about why is it very interesting for Akshan being picked up by the side of NSL?
Yeah, I think that with the Akshan, it doesn't really have that same kind of like power that a lot of other champions might generally have. It doesn't have that hot scaling. It does have a lot of that cheese factor. You're able to kind of dive around, fly around with like the Avenger rank and stuff like that, and really do like dish out some damage. You have some decent wave clear, which is a bit of a problem for the NSL side. But looking at how things are going for them right now, I felt that maybe they could have gone for something that would have a little bit more utility, maybe just a little simpler to play, execute for. Unless it's Akshan mid, which I'm thinking it should be Akshan mid and then Ziggs Braum bot. I think that's an easier matchup to play for, especially if you're going up against the center Gragas now. Then it would be to play the Akshan on bot side and then Ziggs mid lane. So I think it's probably going to be an Akshan against Diana, so it has like a much better matchup in the mid lane, and then bot lane just plays for a decent one.
Yeah, and you mentioned about a low econ support, and you mentioned about the Senna will look to try to scale all the way up to the 18-minute mark. That's where she'll pop up. I feel like what NSL is trying to do is to use the Ziggs to constantly poke at Senna to try to stall. And I really like the fact that if they really put a Zigg at the bottom at the Dragon lane, that would be great. But I feel like just looking at the draft screen as thus far, it's still not very clear which is it either going to be Ziggs or Akshan will be walking down to that mid lane. But it feels like, NSL, they do have a very strong early game, and we've seen, early game snowball mechanism. Once they start securing the Rift Heralds, they start to punch down these tower objectives and thus getting more lead. And it's going to be very hard for Space Gamer KALLYX, especially when they're looking to scale all the way to the late game with the Senna, and even perhaps with the Diana and the Riven as well. All right, going
As we
into
move into round one, NSL and SG KALLYX gonna enjoy themselves. And you know what? If we were confused about where the Ziggs was gonna go, I can feel the same way about SG KALLYX. Surely, we're perhaps we're wondering themselves where things might kind of play out. Ziggs is gonna go to the bot side. Quite like that. I think that's a decent matchup, and I think the Akshan Diana matchup is a really good one for the Akshan.
Yep, of course, with the Akshan, having the range advantage against this Diana, the Diana will be playing it a little bit safer right now, using the first skill to try to pick up the last hit, and that's not going to be good because Diana is mana dependent, especially in the earlier parts of the game. So hopefully Round Zone will be trying to gank towards the mid part to get kind of land support so that this Akshan doesn't really have enough lead. But like I said, NSL looking to play at the top side, use the Camille to gank it constantly to get the Rift Heralds. But at the bottom side though, I think NS17 just needs to hold down the fort, just constantly toss down the bombs, and it's going to be very annoying for Polycaton to basically just hold on to anything.
The first thing that's kind of caught my eye as we kind of start the game off are the kind of item buys coming through, especially from the Braum. So NS11, right, deciding to go for the boot start, generally kind of accepted as a support starting item, so you're going to be able to build towards stuff like your Locket early on, which is going to be really important for the Dragon fights, with Rift Herald fights. What's interesting is SG KALLYX with gambling has decided to go for the Amplifying Tome instead. so it's a component that gets them closer towards the damage item. I'm thinking might be something like the Roa, so you have some decent scaling. It's going to do well while you're relatively cheap, right? But it's interesting that that's going to be the case because this takes away from some of the team fighting power they might have, and that kind of calls out to me that SG KALLYX is going to look for some small dueling skirmishes, but they're not necessarily going to look for some big strong.
Yeah, and I feel like them play fine tone for the side of Gamblings, right? You mentioned that it may be a little bit awkward when it comes to the team fighting part. I feel like they really need some form of response. You can't just like Ziggs to constantly land the bombs on top of Senna. You need to try to respond. So that's why, you know, the Gragas builds in a little bit more in terms of the damage. That should suffice, however. But looking at the wave clear right now, SG KALLYX is just resetting the wave as NSL top side right there. Riven just sneaking in, forced to jump over to the wall. But you know, NS13, he has a hook shot. She has the hook shot, but NSL still okay holding on to all these 3 lanes.
And one of the first things that's happened in this game is NSL have gotten both Scuttlecrabs, and it's still pretty good value to get both, right? So you get that information, and so for SG KALLYX, I think there was some requirements to go in a little bit aggressive to start getting some information on where the enemy jungler was, because they just grew up too much in that space. Runsong doing something in a similar branch, so the Riven getting control of the top side, and then the Sinjao getting control towards the bottom side. You try and get some information, you try and trade out for a little bit, and that means that especially with the Camille, they need to start looking to clear out their own camps because they're going to start losing HP otherwise. S19 looking for a roam top side.
Yep, S19 will be jumping all the way in. In fact, popping the dominance. NS10 will be able to walk all out, but the person that's not going to be able to walk out is that Riven with a 2-man gang on the top side.
Really good moves from NSL to go over and grab that kill, especially because they still have a little bit of time before the objective spawn. So now they get to rotate back over. SG KALLYX were the ones to start moving to the mid lane first. So they get a little bit of priority there, but you just can't push into Ziggs, man. He's just too good at his job. So this is going to afford a lot of space for NSL, I think. And I think, well, at least SG KALLYX should get the pick of the litter for what they want to try and go for. It looks like it's going to be a Dragon for Rift Herald.
Yeah, NSL focusing onto the Dragon instead. You know, we thought that they could actually go for the Rift Herald instead, but in fact, they prioritize on top of the Ocean Drake instead. SG KALLYX will be trading with their own Rift Herald. It's gonna be, you know, Ghost just poking in, but no commitment coming out from both sides. Both sides just gonna take each other's objectives and then just walk back to lane.
And if you think about a little bit of why one team might want to go for a certain objective over the other, with NSL side, it's pretty straightforward, right? You know, you have to get stuff like the Ziggs. You're gonna hold that first because it looks like there's gonna be some action here. Yep,
it's gonna be some action indeed. The Rift Herald is already popped all the way down. We'll be sending his head first right into the turret. Only 52 HP, so low. Polycaton doesn't really have enough damage to take it all the way down, but the damage has been done against NSL. And you're right, you know, KALLYX, they're fighting against a Ziggs that could wave kill very quickly, so prioritizing on top of the Rift Herald is really good response against NSL.
Actually going back in for a fight, sitting in the brush.
Sitting in the brush as well. In fact, the Senna using the ultimate at the same time, and the Riven rolls down for the second time. NS10 just calling the members of SG KALLYX one after another. Nice route coming out from the side of Senna to try to hold down the fort, but NS19 is just gonna jump all the way in. There's so much mobility from the side of Team NSL, and now they're gonna respond with a takedown on the turret at the top side.
Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. SG KALLYX, they were supposed to get first turret. That was supposed to be the call. That was the reason why he took Rift Herald. And what I was trying to get to before all that action happened was that NSL, you think about why they don't have to go for the Rift Herald, because you have a Ziggs, you have an Akshan, you have an easy way to push down these turrets. You have that Satchel Charge who will execute the turrets for you. You don't really need that Rift Herald. You can trade for yourselves. The only thing is that probably SG KALLYX have an easier time getting the first turret. But in the grand scheme of things, you know, NSL have a good chance of just picking up the turrets themselves organically without that. So the Dragon just helps with their scaling. You know, you get some of that Omni Vamp. Helps a little bit more than the Rift Herald would in this early game. And the fact that they now get first turret, top turret did not go down for SG KALLYX. So many things are going right for NSL.
Yeah, and I think SG KALLYX just kind of missed their prime opportunity right there. They were the one who landed down the Rift Herald at the top side against NSL. And, you know, it feels like they're supposed to be the one that picks up the first turret gold, and now they lost everything. They need to find a way to try to claw all the way back. They do have a Senna, they do have a Riven, they do have game-changing ultimates from the side of the explosive cask at the same time, so they should looking to scale even harder as compared to NSL. But NSL though, they have started the first part of the game, right? And now it's trying to end the game as quickly as possible so that, you know, the Senna doesn't become this very scary Senna. And now there's the members of both these two teams congregating against this the Scuttlecraft won't be able to do anything as of now. Just gonna, like, you know, say hi a little bit. But I feel like KALLYX right now is wasting their time in that particular part of the map. They're not farming because they're just saying hi at NSL.
I think they were trying to get some information and trying to contest for that, especially because the Dragon should be coming up pretty soon here for them. I think with KALLYX, you look at the items that they have, going for the Rod of Ages, they're trying to build towards, they're trying to get items that have maximum value for the gold that they have, and they're pretty low economy champions across the board. Maybe Polycathon is a little bit more gold aggressive. But looking at it right now, playing Fasting Senna, you know, you're probably not going to need that much gold anyway. You just really need to be in range of the creeps as they die. They're able to do pretty decently for themselves. You know, it doesn't matter that they're down about 3,000 gold right now because they still have a lot of economy that they can hold on with.
Yeah, as you know, you were talking about that. I was like, Lowe's is like, you know what? I'm just going to dash in, activate my shield, ignore NS10, and just whack that final turret that almost got earlier just now, just to, you know, finish the job. It's like the last piece of the meat on top of a plate, and no one wants to pick it up, and the KALLYX is like, you know, I'm just gonna use the chopstick and just go straight for it and pick it up and eat it for myself.
I mean, you can't argue with that, you know. You just want to pick it up. You gotta take it at some point. And they actually rotate over. They're playing deep into the Dragon fight. This could be really bad for either team.
Yes, NS10 already activated the Dominus at the same time. Goes also jumping all the way in, Senna popping off the ultimate. And in fact, Ultimatum also popped off by the side of NS13. Won't be able to do anything as of yet. NS10 still leading the charge, but these stun coming out, these roots coming out from Polycathon. It's actually a little bit difficult for NSL to hold on. It's always constantly slow down the momentum and pacing of NSL as KALLYX just denied the Dragon away, resetting for NSL now. Looking a little bit low though. They might actually want to go all the way in, but no, NS10 looking a little bit low. Goes jumping all the way in. Will be able to stab him all the way down. Now he's the next person on the target. NX19 still looking a bit healthy as well. And NX13 just walks in, picks up the kill on top of Logs, giving the double kill over to NSL.
And somehow KALLYX will pull back with 2 kills. It's a moral victory for them, I think. Even though they might not have won that team fight in that Dragon. And it's only going to be the Cloud Trick. So KALLYX, I think, still have one more chance to try and come back in. The problem really is, right, with KALLYX composition, you can't allow the enemy team to get into the pit first because they have so much more poke than you do. They have the long range poke with the Ziggs. They're able to build up space. The Brahms are able to zone you out very well. So you really have to be in position early. So when you see things like this happening, when the Reptile is being started up, you guys kind of have to give it up. You need to start moving towards your other camps, start picking up some gold elsewhere across the map. You have your jungle camp spawned up. You have the lanes being shoved out. You just have to decide to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I agree with you that, you know, you saw how difficult it is for KALLYX to try to actually walk into that pit right now. Even NSL dropping down the Rift Herald and the mid lane right now, and KALLYX desperately tried to defend. You know, KALLYX, I think they missed a small little opportunity to try to create some space for themselves in the mid lane, but in fact, they were just like, you know, a little bit confused as how they're gonna path. NSL, they've already secured both the Drake and the Rift Herald in like less than a minute for themselves. NSL leading in terms of all these objectives. KALLYX forced to pick up the scraps.
I think it's just the nature of being alive, right? When you're alive, you get more options.
Yeah.
And so NSL, I mean, it's a bit of a difference between... Okay, that's good damage from the Akshan. Can he kill him?
No, I don't think so. The Honeyford will be able to... and then you see Rangjong just flash way across the other side of the wall. I think KALLYX, they cannot hold onto the damage of this Akshan that's already scaling. They've got NS11 that could just create so much space just in case if the Akshan actually stands over just a little bit. And you know, we mentioned about this, right? NSL is trying to end this game. They have a lot of tools in their kit to create so much space with the Braum, with even the Hexer Ultimatum at the same time, and also the Ziggs. So KALLYX, I think they need to not face NSL head on. They cannot try to pick up all these little fights. They need to try to split up, split push the different lanes all the way down.
I mean, that's not really the. I don't think that's exactly the issue. It's not right to say that SG can't take fights against NSL. NSL could definitely lose a fight against SG provided the right circumstances are happening. But let's take a look at what kind of composition NSL has. You know, they have a really good. They have good team fighting composition, but they have a great sieging composition, and they have a lot of poke coming through from the Ziggs. So when NSL get position around the objectives first and SGKX play into them, they have a big problem. They can't get close enough without losing a lot of their HP in the process. So what they need to be good at doing is being in the stronger position to begin with.
Yeah, but it feels like KALLYX once again may not be able to find himself in a strong position. Dominance activated at the same time. Nice ultimate coming out from the Diana, but won't be able to phase NSL away. It feels like NSL is just picking up KALLYX one after another, giving them once again a double kill at the same time. Goes jumping in. Here comes a big up from Holland or something, just picking up that kill at the same time. KALLYX is slowly losing members. They're also slowly losing ground at the bottom side. And look at that, Lols. Yes, she can be tanky, but no. NSL just takes KALLYX apart at the bottom lane.
I think that's the most tragic thing I've ever seen. Gambling flashed in, looked for the damage because he was about to kill somebody else. But she got stunned by the Renekton, and you could just see how sad. I could feel the sadness as she stood there, unable to move. Bleak and dreary. I don't know, some kind of Edgar Allan Poe, perhaps. I feel like that could be the modern Bleak and dreary.
Yeah, you know.
I think we're looking at SG KALLYX right now. The thing that they've been facing off against is that they didn't have control in the mid lane anymore because that turret went down, and so there was so much space for NSL to just walk over. They go down to the bot side, have an easy dive opportunity. That's the power of taking down mid lane power early on, and with the Ziggs, with the Rift Herald, it's so easy to do that.
Yeah, it's so really easy to do that. And once again, SG KALLYX try to contest for the dragon once again, but it is going to be blue health bar, still looking very healthy right now. Goes desperately trying to run away, try to dash all the way and try to put down some damage, but that will not be able to find any more damage. Polycaton will also fall as well. The second team wipe within less than a minute from the side of SG KALLYX. NSL leading the charge. They are unfazed, and yes, it's just once again, you know, the Gamblings jumping all the way in, try to do some damage, and then you get a 3 million year stun from the side of NSN, and immediately I could feel like the whole screen turn black and white, you know, with the raindrops and the sad violin being played as well.
The world's smallest violin
being
played. But I have to say, I really like that attempt from SG KALLYX. You know, this is something very impressive to me. A lot of teams struggle with the fact that when you're behind and you have to make a coordinated play, they'll play very passively. They're scared to go for the engage. They're scared to take the fight to the opponents who have the advantage because they just feel like they have to scale, which is true. In this case, I do think they could afford to scale more, but they decide to go for a strong fight together. They get a good moonfall to begin with. Then you go in with the Riven. Unfortunately for them, the Braum is just too tanky at this point. They took down NS11, but at the end of it all, right, the only one to go down at the fight, the Braum just soaked up so much damage, the Unbreakable, the Glacial Fissure, everything blocking the advance from SG KALLYX. I think that was the main deciding factor that kind of cost them that fight, but I really enjoyed the attempt to move in as a team unit.
Yeah, like really bad respect over, even though, you know, NSL does have a lot of tools to try to stall down SG KALLYX. Same could be said over to SG KALLYX as well. I feel like these routes coming out from the center has been very, very annoying to try to stall NSL all the way down. As mentioned, NSL cracking open bottom lane and the mid lane at the same time. Turrets getting destroyed. Riven on the side of the wrong side of the map, trying to force to defend, but it is going to be, you know, Ultimate getting casted all the way out from the base, from the center at the same time, but the Nexus looking very, very weak, and NSL will pick it up without any efforts at all.
You don't have to win the team fight, you just have to take the Nexus. That's all you have to do, and an amazing job from NSL. Close that one out in very good fashion as well, 20-4. I mean, kills are not fully representative of what this game kind of looked like. Yeah, I think that SG KALLYX had a lot of strong redeeming factors at the end of it all, and I like the optimization, the builds that they were trying to go for, the ideas they were trying to go for, but a composition like NSL's just does so much better in the things that they want to go for, right? These team fights, these objective pickups, and kind of SG KALLYX just played into them a little bit too much. I think that was the biggest problem that they faced.
Yeah, and you remember NSL, right? They're like basically each of the members of NSL, they could just walk into a area, they could just set it all the way up and then just set up the siege. As long as the Ziggs is there, there's no way that KALLYX will be able to just step on in without getting poke damage. And once they constantly get the poke damage, it's a lot easily to win them against them. And you see, like, you know, these early games, the early game fights that basically allow NSL to snowball. This dominance, this crocodile has been just wrecking this Riven constantly, and then become this dominant crocodile, just rampaging all throughout the draft of KALLYX. I could never forget that one point where, you know, NS10 is just jumping into with like, I think it's around a quarter of health right into the members of KALLYX. Yes, I think that's a little bit of suicidal, but he made it, she made it work, and then after that just walk all the way in, allowing his team create so much space for a team, and then just walk all over KALLYX. In fact, that dragon could have been going into, I think it was the second dragon, could have been going into KALLYX's pocket, but no, NSL secured it for themselves.
I'll tell you what, Jayz. NS10 better be putting the work, because they spent 5 bans on the dragon lane, the Baron lane, to make sure that the Renekton would have a favorable matchup. And that kind of put KALLYX on that Riven, you know, maybe unwillingly, right? Not able to get the impact that they wanted to be able to find if they were playing something different. So I'm hoping the Renekton puts in work. You invest so much into it, the returns better be pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like this could be the return of investment they're looking for, right? You know, a very dominant crocodile on the top lane. After that, just stomping all throughout. They're basically watered down most of the Baron laners right now. So hopefully, KALLYX will be able to pick that up. They will notice that, hey, you know, NSL love to play around the Baron laner. So we shall see in game number 2. So speaking about game number 2, we're going to go into a short break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. FSL Wild Rift Open. My name is Jay. Join me right here is Gamernissem or Grandin. And yes, we just watched. I'm sorry, my tongue. My
Just
tongue
say
is a little bit
Grandin,
short.
it's okay.
My tongue
Yeah,
is
just
short,
say Grandin.
alright? Grandin. I'm just gonna say Grandin. And of course, we watched a game between NSL and SG KALLYX as an NSL picking up the first game in the series, but it is gonna be a best of 3. So there's still, well, a couple more chances for SG KALLYX to climb all the way back in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what are you laughing at? It's some kind of inside joke I don't get.
No, the inside joke is like, oh my goodness, I kind of miss the Gamernissem kind of thing. It's just replayed, like, you know, like stream delay, you know, my brain gets a little bit delayed a little bit.
No worries, you know, we all have that. We all live those days. That's why I've been told to just drop it entirely, but I just can't get rid of it. You know, it's a curse and a blessing. It's followed me my entire life. You know what? I think that when we look at the grand scheme of things so far, first game between NSL and SG KALLYX, SG KALLYX actually had a pretty good showing, and this is against NSL, who was we looked as a strong tournament favorite, who have a lot of powerful and individual players. They played very well as a team as well. You know, Wild Rift being on a small map and everything, it's very apparent when you're not roaming and not being able to hit those timings, because the opponents can punish that very easily. But KALLYX had a very strong understanding. A few things that came to mind were the fact that they were the ones to prioritize the mid lane switch for the Dragon lane to go to the mid lane. Right, you bring Senna, bring Gragas there, so you start getting control against the Rift Herald, against the Dragon, whichever you end up picking. They went for the Rift Herald. Unfortunately, that was the start of the end for them, because they got the Rift Herald, but they missed the chance by first turret, overstayed their welcome, and NSL gets to return the favor, collapse in on them, and they get first turret in turn by picking up that Baron lane turret out of tier turret. And then a couple of other things that started to happen from there. But again, I felt like KALLYX had really good discipline and awareness to move together as a team to kind of like try and smash open and break the problem, right? So, you know, you have a bunch of different ways. You have a puzzle box, you know, you could try and like finesse it a little bit, try and figure it out. Maybe watch some YouTube videos. The other ways to take a hammer, you smash it open, right? That's what KALLYX strategy is. Bring in the hammer, smash them open with all the ultimates that you have, and hope for the best that it works.
Yeah, and you know, interesting thought process though. Like, we're gonna go into the drafting very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, we're gonna jump in all the way in right now. Same bans all throughout. It is going to be, you know, Space Gamer KALLYX banning away the Jax, the Camille, the Set, and NSL will be banning away the Olaf, Morgana, and the Fiora. Jay's gonna be snap pick right off the bat from the side of NSL, but look at these picks. They are so quick.
You kind of have to first pick Jayz, I think, if the opponent doesn't ban that one away, because of how powerful your laning phase is, not to mention the ability to split push. I mean, I could go on and on about why Jayz is such a strong pick. There are a number of picks that could still do decently in the matchup. Darius is, interestingly enough, I think one of the ones that still has a bearable matchup against the Jayz, because if you're able to get close enough in range, especially once you get that early proto belt, you can jump in and try and use the upper hand. Stuff like the Redacted has a very difficult time against Jayz. Unfortunately, you have to be a little bit careful about that, and that means a lot of pressure needs to be placed on whoever's piloting the Jayz this game. Apart from that, you know, the Garen also being picked up, you know, this could be a Garen top Jayz mid kind of situation, and yeah, I think he does really, really well regardless of which lane he goes into.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, NSL picked up like in my mind, it feels like 3 Baron laners right off the bat. So much flexibility going in, and now as you're going into the second phase ban, it is going to be the Nami and the Yasuo getting taken off the board. And you know, from the side of Space Gamer KALLYX, I feel like they're switching up the gears a little bit. I feel like they finally secured something for Lois, because Lois is forced onto the Riven duty in game number 1. And in fact, Space Gamer KALLYX has always won against NSL throughout 2021. And in fact, you know, NSL taking a game away just now from Space Gamer KALLYX, I think that is a very good and big momentum boost for them, and hopefully they should be able to go in towards game number 2 with that sort of mindset. But now, feels like NSL focusing down the mid laners, they're banning away the Yasuo, the Zed at the same time. Space Gamer KALLYX banning away that Orianna.
Yeah, it's interesting that a lot of mid lane focused bans coming through, especially getting rid of options potentially I'm guessing to get rid of the Zed and Yasuo, they surely must have some kind of strategy they want to try and go for. Just kind of open up a number of options. Nunu was really powerful and popular in the meta a couple of patches ago. I feel like a little bit less these days. Xin Zhao still being available, but then not going for something that, stuff like the Lee Sin available, not going for stuff like that. The Nunu is interesting because I think this is supposed to help them escalate the fight and get the Galio into it. So like the initial engage and kind of like raise the level of anticipation. And then you just want some disengage, so the response from NSL is the Seraphine Lux duo.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of constant poke, right, with the Seraphine and Lux duo. But I agree. It feels like Space Gamer KALLYX, they could just click on all the ultimates all together, especially the Galio, the Ziggs, and Nunu at the same time. It just feels like an almost instant win. And now with NSL, the Seraphine and Lux to try to slow it all the way down, and now Space Gamer KALLYX doubling down with the Katarina as well. Wow.
The most important thing to take note of is what the intentions are with the Lux and Seraphine pickup, because what KALLYX want to try and get done is they want to run into you, right? They want to jump into you and do damage. That's what the Katarina is for. That's what the Galio is for. With the Seraphine Lux, you have incredibly long range that's going to be able to start building space against them. The problem I think they might face is that the Katarina is going to be difficult to stop while she's in that Death Lotus, so you might have some problems there. But apart from that, I mean, just so much that you can do to slow in that initial engage. The Nunu has a difficult time getting past the binding, and worst comes to worst, you have that on-call, you suddenly wipe and charm the entire enemy team. KALLYX can't really chase you after that, so you get to like disengage, back off, reset, and play out for the fights again in your favor.
Yeah, and you mentioned about the on-call would be very important for the side of NSL to try to push away Space Gamer KALLYX, like especially with they're gonna run towards the whole team with their ultimates ready on that trigger finger, right? So I really love what NSL has brought into the game with this. And don't forget, you mentioned about NSL, they've got the Seraphine and the Lux with the long range. Jayz as well have such a long range poke, very strong long range poke, just in case if they're running towards you can just use that long range poke, or even change it up a little bit. You can use those gateways to just run away from any team fights.
Minions have spawned.
All right, hopping into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. NSL in the blue, SG KALLYX with like the wombo combo team with the ultimates as well. NSL going in the long range. Jayz will be in the mid lane duty, and Gamernissem all the way up to the top to fight against that Darius. Bottom lane though is gonna be a, I don't know, trench warfare.
The range is going to be pretty egregious. That's 100% for sure. Interesting thing, I think, starting off this one is both junglers going to start towards the top from the top side, and they're going to make their way down, I believe. Last game, NSL were able to pick up both Scuttle Crabs. That was a huge bonus for them. I don't think it's going to be as easy to execute this time around. Runsong's actually going to go from the Raptors over to the red buff. I think this should mean that they want to go for the Krunks as well, so you get that full top side clear. Not to position over, so that might actually change the direction that the junglers go towards, because NS13 then gets to go towards the bottom side earlier, whereas NS10 is just gonna try and sustain up against the Darius and hold out, because the Nunu being that towards that top side is actually a pretty big threat. They have a lot of kill threat and kill potential against Gamernissem.
Yeah, and then even I think NSL knows about this kill threat, right? In fact, having a deep ward for the side of NSL will be able to spot that Nunu is in the area, so NSL, they have to play a bit safe on the Baroning, whereas for the side of the Jarvan, from the side of NS13, slowly parting towards the bottom side. I feel like NSL should be able to pick up these kills, a 3v2 at the bottom side, but it feels like, SG KALLYX, they know what's going on. Like I said, trench warfare, it's really hard to just rush through the no man's land. Both of these two teams just touch and go, not gonna commit anything at all.
Yeah, if NSL had more information on where the Nunu was, there's a chance that they could have stolen away the blue buff. Really good check from KALLYX to make sure that the blue buff isn't being taken. Like you mentioned, a lot of potential against this Garen.
Yep, a lot of kill potential though. In fact, SG KALLYX will
no.
try to fight this all the way in, but Rancho, oh, one turret shot, and NS10 still alive as well. In fact, oh my goodness, NXL just walks all the way up, pick up another kill as well. It feels like a replay of game number 1 earlier just now when, you know, the mid laner transitioned all the way to the top lane when, you know, SG KALLYX was a little bit too greedy. I don't know, man.
I think I know what this is. Look at the summon spells from Laws and look at the summon spells from Garen. The Garen took Ignite and the Darius took Barrier. If you had the Ignite there, 100% would have got the kill. I think that Barrier did save him initially, but you cut any chance of healing. I don't know. It just feels like it just felt like they had the right idea, but the execution was a little bit wonky. And in that time as well, you know, that was a lot of space for NS3 team to just keep farming up. Being able to just pick up the items that they want, start going for, start clearing out vision. A lot of concentrated vision towards the top side, which is, I don't think, the place they want to play for anymore.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned about the vision, right? NS10, the wards that she plays has constantly scouted out Ranzong all the time. You remember just now I was saying when, you know, Ranzong tried to gank, she actually planted a ward at the tri-bush near the red side, and then after that, I don't know, is it luck or just game sense? But she planted another ward nearer to her side, and she spotted Ranzong once again. So I feel like SG KALLYX cannot try to gank the top side anymore, try to focus around the mid lane and even the bottom lane. And in fact, it's going to be a lane swap happening for both these two teams already for the Dragon and the mid lane.
Yeah, no luck, all skill, that's what I'm gonna say. They're gonna start positioning towards this because that Infernal Drake's gonna be a really nice pickup. Looking at the way things are going now, NS10 is a little bit slow in the rotation, whereas Laws looks like they're gonna start moving over first. Dragon going to be difficult to start up, especially with both sides in the way. Nunu traditionally is supposed to be a very easy secure on the Dragon pickup if you start it first. It's not as straightforward or as easy as it is in like traditional league. Like Wild Rift, it is gonna be tough, you know. And in the meantime, NSL forced the flash away from Polycaton. You know, that's the flash from Ziggs gone, and that laser from the Lux. It's not on a very long cooldown.
Yep, and in fact, I feel like NSL needs all these cooldowns, and SG KALLYX knows it. They do have more ultimates in their pocket. Ranchong will start with the snowball right here. It's going to be the Dragon jumping all the way in the big mega bombs, and here goes the ultimates that we're all talking about, stacking on top of each other. But no, the damage was not even able to land, but it is going to be a Nox and Golden coming up from the side, SG KALLYX. But here comes a reset as well, but won't be able to do anything as all. But Lawson constantly trying to look for, will not be able to find a reset. Finally picking up a double kill. Laws is a beast, looking for more kills, will be able to sacrifice himself. But with him taking along 3 members from NSL.
That was a beautiful Darius play, peak Darius gameplay, and you love to see it. And then Ghost jumps in, gets that Death Lotus, and spinning all around.
Yeah, man.
NSL suffer as they watch that happen. NS13 knows there's no chance we fight this. There's no chance we grab this Infernal Drake away. KALLYX will get rewarded for their efforts. Time and time again, you bring in the hammer enough times. If the hammer doesn't work, you bring in a bigger hammer, and finally, they're gonna crack open the problem. NSL gonna start moving over to the Rift Tower, but this should be some time taken away from them for them to farm up. Whereas KALLYX, they're not even gonna try and contest this. They're gonna start pushing out these waves. Maybe even get this turret. I don't think Ghosts have damage to get this really, but it depends on how well they can shove out the mid lane.
Yeah, NSL probably going to put down the Rift Herald around the mid lane. It feels like SG KALLYX is just racing for time. They're just going to commit, and in fact, will be able to pick up the first turret goal for their side. You know, Rift Herald in the mid lane for the side of NSL. 2 members on the side. SG KALLYX is not in position to try to defend this, but well, NSL will not be able to take down the mid lane turret. So that's still like, you know, crisis averted for a bit, but SG KALLYX will walk into the 6-minute mark with a weaker mid lane turret.
Yeah, weaker mid lane turret, because if they manage to break this one open, they get to rotate around a little bit more, and Nunu does generally need a lot of space to be effective. So if they're able to get this, it's actually a pretty decent win for them. Now we actually get to see NSL play from the gold deficit, right? And this is not including the amount of stats and the kind of intangible money that you would get from that Infernal Drake. So NSL now playing on this back foot, I'm curious what this is going to mean for them, because so far we've only got to see them in a strong kind of like pillion position. Now they're just kind of playing at the back, you know, they're kind of hugging onto SG KALLYX, you know, going in for the ride.
Yeah, and you mentioned about, SG KALLYX just so like it feels like they've graduated from a ball peen hammer to a sledgehammer right now. But as we saw that NSL missed all that crucial skills coming in. SG KALLYX Polycaton flashes away to safety.
You know what? We're not going to talk about that. The flash would have saved the Ziggs for sure anyway. Baiting it out. That's all it was.
Man.
That's all it was, This also actually gives another target to SG KALLYX. It's great, amazing for them. They're going to be able to trade that one away. And it's not a big problem because think about what happens when they end up trading these targets. You get a very long lane, which is very good for Lost because this is an opportunity for him to play into that 2v1, potentially outplay, kill his opponents. Whereas up in the Baron lane, you get that shuttle lane. So Ghost gets to play toward that side, and then Ghost is going to be able to do stuff. Have a good amount of threat on the NSL, but have that safety of that altier turret and just jump back in the event they start collapsing in on her. So a lot of things going in their favor right now. I think that kill kind of is a good representation of that as well.
Yeah, that kill is, I would say NSL did not path correctly over there, just giving that kills over to SG KALLYX, who is already on the ball right here. You spoke about the intangible money, and technically speaking, that Infernal Drake is like, I don't know, 100 gold, 200 gold worth in damage. That's how I see it. But SG KALLYX on the roll right here. In fact, they have more momentum with the turrets, and they have more momentum in their kill potential as well. And you mentioned NSL, they feel like they're hugging each other as they walk around. But if you're going up against SG KALLYX, you don't really want to hug together because you're going to be taking all the damage with the Death Lotus as well. In fact, Gamblings will be able to dash all the way in, and NS13 looking a bit low. Flash over to the wall. Ghost will be able to follow all the way in. In fact, the Jumper jumping all the way in will not be able to secure, but Laws is here right now, and she has a big axe, trying to look for more, will not be able to seek anything else.
Big axe, big hammer, who cares? Just tons of damage. SG KALLYX get a lot of control once again. This is going to set them up for that dragon. I think it's very easy for them to play for this at this point. The Ziggs get so much more space, being able to have this tanky front line absorbing damage. Now you have the Darius being able to pick up some might argue a not great defensive item with that Deadman's Plate, but you still have the ability to rush in quickly. Yeah, it's kind of up for contention, I think, but generally I'd say that more people believe that the Deadman's Plate isn't the best item, best tank item right now, but it gives them that movement speed, and if they're ahead as they are, they can make use of the extra gold that they have to pick up some items that might not be at absolute.
Oh, I don't really like what NSL did earlier just now, using the Lux out laser already this earlier on, so no Dragon Smite will be able to be coming out from the side of NSL. Once again, NSL's pathing still tightly packed as if COVID-19 never happened. SG KALLYX could just jump in, spread Death Lotus to every single one of their members, but NSL, at the very least, SG KALLYX just gave up that Drake, and now they're looking at the Baron instead.
Make sure you got that 2 meters apart, 1 meter, I don't know, whatever number they need to follow. They're actually gonna trade objectives on either sides. This is full distancing right now. You talked about like the final spark. Final spark is actually on a really short cooldown, so you're gonna be able to get that back up pretty quickly, especially when you're playing for like these early fight, like these fights. You're able to chunk them up a little bit with that final spark, wait out the cooldown, and then go for the combo again. So I wouldn't be too worried about using it. You can just use it whenever you feel like that's necessary. In fact, you can use it for vision if you're worried. That's also a very viable option.
Yeah, and not only just vision right there. I feel like if SG KALLYX kind of made a mistake at the Rift Herald area, that NSL for like 1 second not only picks up the Drake, he also picked up the Rift Herald as well. So it's actually kind of a bit of a close call for SG KALLYX right there.
Yeah, they definitely. I think if you play Nunu and you see the chance for something to get stolen away, you feel kind of bad, right? You're like, oh man, I'm Nunu, I'm supposed to be able to secure this. The fact they got that close was definitely a little bit scary, a little bit concerning. But should be fine now. Okay, so continuing on, they get that Rift Herald again. It's just gonna make things a little bit more difficult for NSL to defend against, because as Ziggs is gonna have that satchel charge. You get a confirmed detonation of the turret if you time it right. So SG KALLYX really, I think, just have to get some tempo, bring the team in, escort them down into the mid lane, and break this turret open. Because once they do, I mean, NSL, they're just constricted, right? They really run out of their lifeblood. maybe not even lifeblood, maybe something even more vital, oxygen, right? They just cut off the oxygen supply entirely. All the gold is gone. They won't be able to step up past their own jungle. It's a big issue for NSL.
Yeah, I like the fact that you kind of equate oxygen to gold, but here we go. As the Katarina goes into gold, and big Mega Bomb coming out from the Holland will not be able to secure any kills at all. But at the top side, though, it is going to be a two-man team going against Loss, but Loss will lose her life.
So finally something goes right for them. They're able to win that fight in the side lane. We talked a little bit earlier about like where the Darius wants to play for in the side lane. Slightly different assignment than how I had initially anticipated it, but it was really close. I mean, just look at how close that fight got, right? There was a good chance that Loss was going to be able to win that 2v1 matchup if they had started doing this split pushing thing a little bit earlier. Could have seen the Darius's gold advantage still come into much bigger impact and much bigger into play. That could have been a difference.
Yes, as now NSL just putting members and just putting champions right on top of the mid lane turret, right? I feels like NSL was just telling KALLYX, you gotta go through me before you can hit my turrets, because this turret's basically like that lifeline that you're talking about, right? That gold line that you're talking about, right? If they lose this, they're gonna give so much space over the side of KALLYX, and they don't want it. And now KALLYX, with this Rift Herald dropping down, say, hey, I really want to take this lifeline away. We'll be sending all the way down to the mid lane.
Oh, they took it down before I hit the turret. That's amazing. I mean, that goes both ways. Rangzong did an amazing job of getting the Rift Herald so close to the turret by flanking it, and then they managed to take it down that quickly. I mean, so many things were in play. That final spot to clear out the wave, and then very quickly responding by jumping in, hitting the eye, spiting it, all those things. And this is going to ensure that they keep that turret alive, at least for now, and maybe get them closer to being able to take down the turret of their own. It's an interesting fight. It's a bit of a wet noodle strike. Some damage from the Jayz for sure, but not that much damage from the Garen yet.
Yep, feels like it's just Laws just going back, or going all the way up top into the safe spot, you know, just playing it around the side lanes is what you're talking about. But it feels like Garen is slowly picking up some form of damage as long as you let him spin to win. But now it feels like both these two teams looking at this dragon right now, taking account of all the ultimates. It's all up, the smites are all up as well. They're ready to rumble. In fact, it's going to be KALLYX that has the dragon priority right now. Look at the pathing on NSL, looking at how they're putting Garen to try to divide KALLYX all the way up, turning this fight into a 3v5, but it is going to go all the way in right now. Big Mega Bombs will not be able to capture anything at all. The Dimension Justice landing on top will be able to execute, goes all the way down. That's one of the main key damage dealers. That's all the way down. But Loss is still with the big axe, but she will not be able to hold on to this axe a little bit longer. Will be able to walk away from the fight just with a single pixel of health, as NSL just denies KALLYX from the Drake, but losing 2 members.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to stop them off the Drake temporarily, but you have to just walk back over because of the new sustain with the bite, so they have to immediately walk back and start fighting for this again. They took down Ghost early on, and I thought that was going to be a one fight for them, but they weren't able to take down Loss, and that Darius resetting, coming back in now. NS13 running towards it themselves. NSL, I think, managed to sneak away this dragon. Loss is back with a reset. He's just as scary as he was before.
Yeah, with the big axe, looking at the Drake right now, looking a little bit low. I think that's a miss might right now, but NSL will be able to steal that Cloud Dragon away, but they will lose members once again. I'm not too sure whether that's worth it for NSL.
I mean, Loss is massive. She is absolutely massive. You have to be very careful when you step up against her. They were almost able to get something done. If it were 2 kills for the dragon, sure, maybe we can make an argument for that. But you gotta take into account that they lost the mid lane turret as well. Not only that, they also lost the fight prior to this.
Wow, do you not see that Encore coming in, just bouncing off at max range and hit one people and then just spreads all across the board. But NSL will not be able to find that follow-up. But that Encore was beautiful.
Yeah, big Encore. Unfortunately, like you mentioned, unfortunately, you won't be able to follow up with that. So it's it's a bit of a missed opportunity, I think. You know, unlike the final spot, Encore is actually on a very long cooldown, so you need to be a little bit careful about when you end up using it.
Yeah, I think NSL, you know, slowly losing that momentum that they've gained in game number 1. We were talking about this before we walked in the drop. KALLYX feels like, you know, with Loss, starting to grasp all these parts of the game. In fact, using the final spark to kind of scout out the members of SG KALLYX. SG KALLYX has been defending that mid lane turret that I couldn't even see like how healthy it is, but it feels like it's going to go down with just a simple love tap from the side of NSL.
The problem now with NSL, I think, is that they've, like we mentioned, lost a lot of the space they could previously walk towards. So even now, what they're trying to do is quite risky because they could end up facing off against the Nunu running in, against the Darius running in, like we're starting to see now. When you extend like this, NS10 being, I think, the only one that's able to step up like this, bring the rest of the team with her.
Yeah, bringing the rest of the team with her, but does SG KALLYX just force the retreat right there? Not going to commit alongside with Garen. But I feel like with the Garen kind of baited a lot of members from the side of SG KALLYX to just try to greed after her, right? Then suddenly NSL just surprised, I'm bringing like the whole village alongside with me to try to fight you down. But it feels like SG KALLYX looking at the Baron right now, it is going to be Ghost split pushing at the bottom side. That's the state of the game that's going in right now. A little bit slower pace, if you ask me, going into the late game.
And this change of pace, I think, is actually beneficial for NSL because I think they continue to scale up pretty decently. But the Katarina is going to have a lot more damage now, completing the Void staff. So a lot of the magic resist that we see from NSL is going to be, well, Void, right? So stuff like the Force of Nature. You know, we saw a bit of magic resist from the Jarvan from NS13 for a second, and then she just said, yeah, well, I don't think there's a point in going for that anymore. I just need more HP, more raw stats, so I get to survive against these. And it's so difficult for them to face off. Now with this mixed amount of damage, you have to worry about the Darius, who has a lot of true damage as well. And that's true damage based on percent health. So the more health you have, the more damage Darius gets to do as well. Very easy for them to kind of, well, it's very easy for SG KALLYX now to just kind of run into them, but NSL need more time to get into a point where they can end this trade decent.
Yeah, but I feel like SG KALLYX, you know, giving time over the NSL is going to benefit NSL a lot, right? That's what you mentioned. And SG KALLYX looking for some opportunities to trying to split, even using the Katarina to split, but I feel like they're really playing it safe against NSL. NSL is rotating as 5. Literally, you know, like what we joked earlier just now, just ignoring the COVID-19 restrictions, just walking around with 5-man group, looking for pick-offs over the side of SG KALLYX. And SG KALLYX, I think they play into the fear, into that fear. NSL wants them to be scared about the fact that, you know, I could appear with 5 men and gank one of you guys if you guys try to split push, as the Elder Dragon will be spawned right now, and SG KALLYX already having Dragon Prior.
Yeah, Elder Dragon is actually a really big priority for both these teams, so they have to try and fight for this. Like we mentioned earlier, last game we saw SG KALLYX have a big issue getting into the pit early on and get control over the objective. This time around, they don't have that issue whatsoever. They're going towards it. They're getting a lot of pressure down right away, and NSL, they need to make something happen.
NSL looking to try to sneak themselves all the way in, looking a little bit low. NS13 jumps over the wall. It is going to be nice. Engage coming out, but it is going to be hero entrance. And in fact, SG KALLYX managed to secure the Elder Dragon. And now NSL try to fight it, try to juke it out for the life, but it feels like SG KALLYX is starting to slowly flow all the way down. There's no respect coming out from NSL, and that no respect is actually giving NSL that lead. But however, SG KALLYX still secure the Elder Dragon in the end of the day.
Yeah, they managed to get the Elder Drake, but that's a big loss for them in the terms with the players that they have, and this could end up being the Baron, which could be a saving grace for them. The Elder Drake's definitely going to hurt a decent amount. If they get this trade back, maybe not so bad at all.
I really agree with you, because, you know, SG KALLYX, they lost too many members over to the Dragon Pit right now, so it's up to SG KALLYX to try to commit to that steal. Looking at the ultimates of Ziggs, I think that's the only thing that could try to steal away. It's still under cooldown, but what the heck? Oh my god, that's so tilting coming out from NSL.
Yeah. Well, you know, these things happen, you know. It's well, it's a nice Saturday. It's right in the afternoon, gambling. It's gonna take that one away. Galio, Gragas, I mean, AP bot lane support, so I guess that just works super well in their favor. They steal away the Baron. They also have the Mountain. Come on, Zerva, you don't have to do that dirty like that. So we don't need to look at. You don't have to zoom in on NS13 like that. We feel for her. I'm gonna give her a moment in silence. You can say whatever you want. I'm just gonna be very quiet this minute.
I need to recover from this. Like, you know, whenever those objective fight comes in, right, I start to weigh, oh, who has the higher chance of stealing? I'm looking at Polykaton. She has the higher chance of stealing, but I would never expect Gambling going in with the first skill that, well, not known to do a lot of damage. Well, a lot of DOTs, yes, but oh, that's such a big kick against NSL's plans to try to win this series.
Yeah, it's gonna make things so much easier for KALLYX. I think they're much closer towards that win. I think at this point, NSL need a pretty miraculous turnaround in the fight. It's already costing a lot to try and win out the exchanges, and once you get removed from that Seraphine ultimate, you're not gonna be any closer to that turnaround.
Yeah, you know, it's really hard to turn around for an NSL, right? Just look at what are the odds stacked against NSL. KALLYX have the Elder Drake, they have the Baron buff, and Laws has the bigger axe. Yeah, well, Garen has a big, you know, Claymore, that kind of thing that tried to spin, but that's not going to be enough because actually KALLYX is starting to slaughter NSL's turrets. In fact, going to be focusing on the Nexus itself, and GG goes over the game number 2 for SG KALLYX.
They return the favor, evening up the score back 1-1. KALLYX get a very nice little win with some very impressive moments. Baron steal to ensure the victory after a potential slip up around that dragon fight. That's okay though. Recover, get back in there. Very close game between both sides. NSL 12-12 with the gold difference being very marginal. We saw the gold jump back and forth a little bit towards the end of that match. Gold graph looking pretty flat for the most part. I think we're looking at two teams that are very evenly skilled and matched. So I think going into this next one, the final game in the best of 3, it's going to be whichever team drafts the composition they're more comfortable with and is better able to execute with.
Yeah, I feel like I need a break. Just thinking, I'm still like having like withdrawal symptoms from that Gambling still, but I feel like Gambling's just won the game. In my heart, all right, in my heart, she just won the game for SG KALLYX. That slip up for the side could have costed this whole series, but Gambling's just won it all the way back with just one skill, and it's not even an ultimate, right? And it's coming out from a mid tank that somehow just stole the. Okay, I'm gonna like I'm still having.
Not even mid tank, support Galio.
Oh, yes,
right?
support Galio.
Support Galio steals that one away. Yeah, you're right. I think very well could have saved that game. There was a chance that NSL could have pulled back. They got that Baron, but that's okay. We're going to focus moving forward on what that's going to mean for both these teams.
Yep, and speaking with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into a short break. Don't go away. NSL going up against SG KALLYX. Very tight series, and we'll catch you after that break.
vibes in my mind, I can't get them out. No matter how hard I try, I need you and your heart next to mine. Yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Lost in your eyes every time, there's no turning back. Swear I ain't got a chance. Had me caught up in you since the night on the terrace, yeah. You had me falling fast. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Got double vision. I get lost in your eyes every time. Intoxicated by you, yeah. It's electric. Intoxicate me like you do, yeah. Like you do.
Welcome back to FSL World with Open. This is day 1 of playoffs, and the first series is already a best of 3 with a roller coaster ride, I would say. Still having a bit of withdrawal symptoms. My name is Jayz. Joining me right here is also Crandon, and wow, it's gonna be game number 3 going into this series.
Why'd you check down when you were looking for the word roller coaster? Do you have like a mini roller coaster set underneath you?
No, it's just the script thing, you know, like
you have the script thing. Okay, it's all scripted, confirmed here live on broadcast by Jayz. So now we know. Thank you very much for making it so entertaining, because so far we've seen a lot of interesting ideas come through from both these teams, both very different dynamics. NSL showed us 2 different compositions entirely, being able to play a lot of the meta champions, but also being able to play into a very interesting idea with that Lux Seraphine. Unfortunately for them, I think they lacked a bit of the damage necessary to close out the game, especially against a very tanky team like the one that was drafted by SG.
Yeah, I still favor NSL's game number 1's draft, right? It feels like everything was going well for them, and if you notice in game number 1, they was targeting most of the bans coming out from Laws, just focusing on a lot of Baron lane bans, and in fact securing a very good Baron laner for themselves. But also, let's not count Space as SG KALLYX all the way out, because they feel like they know how to grasp like all these macro decisions going into game number 2. Yep, there were a lot of close calls, but I mean, yeah, withdrawal symptoms still there after that Winds of War still.
It reflects really well on them because they were able to understand what needed to be done. You can see their macro is really on point. And the thing is, I think because of the Ziggs, it actually gave them a lot more space to work with. I think it was very difficult for NSL to try and capitalize and shove in these turrets early on. So what we saw happen was when NSL were looking to try and push out, Ziggs clear out the waves, and then you started to see them try and trade, because that's the most common response, right? If I can't siege you out entirely, I'm going to go to a side lane and try and trade turrets there. But it actually turned out to be more favorable in the long run for KALLYX, because they had that theirs was scaling up out of control anyway, so could handle the 2v1 in a lot of these situations. Yeah, so hopefully going into this next one, a bit of a shift in mindset perhaps.
Yep. Bit of shift in mindset is desperately needed. In fact, NSL will be picking up the Jayz once again for themselves. Space Gamer KALLYX going back to the Ziggs and Galio, which worked very well into game number 2, and NSL securing the Renekton right off the bat. The Nunu will be locked in once again from the side of Space Gamer KALLYX. So maybe NSL may ban away the Darius to take that away from Laws, because it was causing so much problem in their draft in game number 2.
Interestingly enough, the Renekton is actually going to change for them as well. So having a bit of a stronger matchup, even if it were going to end up being that Darius. I think for Renekton, Darius is a little bit better for the Renekton than Renekton Garen.
Yeah.
So maybe they ban away the Garen instead and then leave the Darius as an option for KALLYX. That being said, because they now have that Ziggs Galio combo again, a lot of safeties afforded to them, they get to play back a lot. They get to play very far back, and so maybe there needs to be a bit more initiation from NSL to be able to dive into the backline and take out this big damage threat. But then again, you also have like other threats that you have to worry about. So the Darius, like you mentioned, is going to be banned away. It's something that they didn't enjoy playing against last game. It was just too tanky. There are too many issues that were followed with that. So get rid of that and play closer to the composition that you want to work with.
Yeah, someone who could, like, you know, try to engage and try to dive into the soft, the backline, like the Ziggs or the, you know, the marksmen that KALLYX may pick up for. There's nothing that coming to my mind. Maybe like a Zen or Assassin to try to, you know, snipe down these key targets. Just basically, you don't fight a wall, right? You just try to jump over the wall and then just find the backline, you know.
Yeah, jump over the wall.
Yeah.
But Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, and he never got put back together again. So it kind of depends on how you view it, right? Because you could very well play an assassin, like you mentioned, but at the same time, what ends up happening is maybe your assassin just never gets off the ground, and he never skills up. Is going to be able to output some damage, and you've encountered basically the same issue. That being said, because of NSL's composition so far, already showing that Renekton Jayz, I think it's quite unlikely to see an assassin at this point, unless they go for an assassin jungler. Could work. Don't get me wrong, could definitely work. But maybe what they need now is just a little bit more reliable crowd control that's going to be able to allow the Jayz to Corki to output more damage like they want to. I'm trying to figure out like what could be good here. I think the Javan was something that worked decently for them before. Maybe didn't have the best game too, but I think Javan could fit quite well in the composition they have, especially with the package, just kind of like setting up all together.
Yeah, I really agree with the Javan right there, but I feel like, you know, there is going to be people that are going to dive towards, you know, the Corki and the Jayz, right? Jayz and Corki needs a little, basically try to like put themselves down into one spot and just constantly pew all the way in. But with the Pantheon, with the ultimate, I think that's something that NSL has to be a little bit careful about. But there comes Nami, right? Just to try to slow down with the bubble. In fact, with the ultimate as well, just to push the members of KALLYX away. It basically serves the same role as what Seraphine did in game number 2. And now NSL, ooh, the Akshan going back in once again.
Okay, actually playing back for the Akshan worked pretty well for them in game 1. I think they've been preparing for this. It's a strategy and an idea that's been quite popular in the NA region. And I know that Southeast Asia actually tried to make it work earlier on. I say Southeast Asia, but I feel like it's more like the Malaysian region. The Malaysian region started really early on with this. And then we saw some of it extend towards the NA region. I think they also ended up doing quite a bit of work with the Akshan, but hasn't seen as much popularity from like some of the Eastern region teams, I would say. So coming into this one, really liking what they have this time around compared to what they had before. A lot more consistent DPS, going to be easy to work against stuff like the Nunu, stuff like the Galio. Whereas the long range poke AP heavy composition that KALLYX have make it very easy for them to play towards the objectives where they get to poke you out before the fight even starts.
Yeah, no, I was worried about KALLYX not having a marksman. In fact, NSL does have like 2 marksmen on the side. They've got a lot of pushing power in terms of taking down turrets and also taking down tankiness coming off on the side of KALLYX. But NSL, I'm looking at their draft. There's not really someone that could basically eat all these pokes coming out from KALLYX. So I think NSL just have to be careful when they path around these team fights. They cannot allow themselves. I really have to agree with you right there, Brandon. They cannot allow themselves to get whittled down and then try to fight.
Yeah.
It's really going to be a tough uphill battle for NSL.
And even with the Nami, when you want to try and start healing out, there's no way you're going to be able to out-heal the damage output from the Ziggs and the Ari and the Pantheon. So there's only so much you can do to kind of band-aid the problem. It's still a massive one that you have to try and overcome. And the Nami isn't going to be able to resolve that, but that tidal wave does make things a little bit easier when you want to start picking up these fights.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna hop into game number 3. Like, this is technically becoming and best of one between these 2 teams. Both shown very strong potential. But speaking about potential, what is this sneaky bleaky coming out from SG KALLYX?
They're gonna rotate across. I think they do get vision of them. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
You know what, Jayz? I would know a few casters that would be very upset with you saying this becoming a best of one. They were very passionately debating about this, saying that no, this is not how that plays out. And she's gonna jump back in, try and smite through that away, but it goes over to the Nunu anyway.
Yep, it is going to be going over to the Nunu. KALLYX has already done the damage. In fact, going to lay down even more damage on top of Jayz. NS13 will be a little bit slowed down in terms of that jungle clear as SG KALLYX. What a great start already going in as NS10, just farming to her heart's content on the top side.
Yeah, just gets the free space to start farming and maybe crashing the wave. That's going to mean that Lost loses a little bit of EXP, but is that worth first blood going? I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works. They maybe get a little bit of vision there. It's unfortunate for NS13. She jumped in trying to steal that one away, but I mean, it's going to be that Nunu. It's very difficult for you to steal away anything from the Nunu. So now I have to try and follow up a little bit behind an EXP because of that buff. Not even level 2. I think at least at the very least, Jayz has decent enough wave clear by themselves to be able to start scaling up. And they're going to try and grab that Skull Crab early on, but Nunu's on the same side now. There's a chance that he could end up taking this one away even with Smite.
Yeah, Ranzong really knows where NS13 is right now,
faster.
and that's going to be a very bad thing. And ooh, is it Scuttle Crab stolen away? No, it is going to be secured by NS13. Ranzong looking a little bit low, forced to flash away, and now NSL finds where the money's worth. Just a bit of a revenge from that cheeky invade earlier just now. We'll be able to equalize that gold and damage.
Good rotation from NS19 to walk over first. I'm not sure at this point if we should just be saying what the names of the stations that they're at, but NS19 rotates over first, gets to be in position and cuts off before the Ari can get there. NS13 is looking for a dive here, but then the response from Ranzong is going to mean they have to back off here. I don't think they can take this fight. They definitely cannot take this fight, especially on the turret. I don't think they can take the fight in a 2v2 anyway.
Yep. I don't know. I'm looking at NS13. She does have a very long range pull, but NS19 though, this Arc-Shot has been rotating so well. Always at the right place at the right spot whenever she plays this Arc-Shot, and now NS13 will decide to jump all the way in. As NS19 jumps, circles a little bit right there, but would not be able to connect any form of damage right now. But here comes Ghost in the brush, just waiting to pounce on top of these unsuspecting NSL, North-South Lines members.
Level 5 for the Renekton gives them the ultimate. The same cannot be said for KALLYX. They don't have any ultimates in the top side, but I don't think that matters. It's still too difficult for them to take that fight. If they try and go for that, the turret is just going to act as a huge problem for them. So they need to back off, start to reset, grab the farm that's existing on the bottom side of the map because they're losing out on the chance for that. Now they get to rotate over back into the mid lane, start getting some tempo, clear out the waves, and play towards the objectives that come about as a result of that. It's going to be a Cloud Drake to start things off, so I think both teams could benefit from the Rift Herald. But looking at how the pace of the game is going, I think KALLYX are looking to maybe going to concede the Rift Herald and just pick up the Dragon.
Yeah, I really feel like KALLYX really need that Rift Herald because they don't really have that pushing power, as what I mentioned earlier just now during the draft pick. But NSL though, like, I feel like they've slowly climbed all the way back into fighting form against KALLYX. Yes, they were the victims of that crazy invade right there, but you know, I really admire NSL just climbing all the way back up. It feels like both these two teams looking at this Cloud Drake pit already. In fact, KALLYX secured the Scuttler cap right now, and I hear the package being picked up from the side of NSL. They're ready to fight.
Yeah, they've got the package. Ultimate not available for Gambling X and far away from the level 5 ultimate as well, so it's going to be much more tricky to deal with this as they jump in on the Galio.
Jumping on the Galio it is, and the Galio will be the first victim coming out from the side of NSL. Lawless jumping in will be able to put down some damage on the Flash will be used as well. NSL just whips him all the way out back here. Speaking of whipping all the way out, the bubble picks up the Nunu at the same time as NSL stole the Cloud Drake away from KALLYX.
Gets her revenge, and NS13 finally finds the Smite Steal away from the Nunu. Runxiong wasn't able to keep up with the tempo there. A lot of issues to start things off, right? NS19 jumps in really deep to start it off and ends up losing her life. Ideally, you want the Akshan to be alive as long as you can so that you're able to kill off that final opponent, the villains, revive your teammates, and move into towards the next objective prematurely, earlier. Well, prematurely kind of has a negative connotation to it, but you want to move into the objective earlier than your opponent can, and that's the power of the Akshan. So the fact that Akshan dies so early on is a little bit not reflective of that. Now they get to reset, go back towards the Rift Tower, and it seems like they get both neutral objectives on the map.
Yeah, that is going to be a very big win over the side of NSL, right? Picking up these two neutral objectives, and KALLYX just decides to rush in to the bottom side, trying to get that first turret gold that they desperately need, but NSL will be leading the charge in the mid lane, cracking open that to limit the Nunu's rotation, but it's still, you know, KALLYX picking up the first turret gold.
First turret, but the Rift Tower is actually going to get a second charge if they escort it down into the mid lane. The Pantheon, I don't think, can stop him by himself, so Laws just end up giving the charge away. So not too bad. They lose first turret gold, but they actually get that second charge on that tier 2 mid in a turret. So I'm quite liking what NSL did there. The trade seems to be pretty worthwhile.
Yeah, NSL feeling on a little bit better on this form right now. KALLYX playing from behind. Don't forget, Ranzong as this Nunu needs space to charge up with a snowball and just wants to build a snowman whenever she wants to do it, but NSL is just putting a hold over that, already rotating. Is
that like a Frozen joke kind of thing? Is that some kind of like attempt at a Frozen joke?
It's not in my script, by the way. But in the meantime, you know, NSL, I really like what they're doing this far.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely, right? They get to have so much more space now, and they're being able to play together. You actually see both supports roam up into the Baron lane to try and maybe look for a counter gank. That being said, the Renekton, I think, just generally has a better matchup into this, so if they take this 2v2 fight, it goes in their favor. But look at how much discipline they have to not overextend as the rest of the team is bot side. You have to have this presence of mind, this awareness to say, my team is in mid lane, is in bot lane. I don't know where the enemy team is. They could be anywhere on the map. And this means that they have to be concerned about going too far forward and taking fights that they might potentially lose, whereas they get to continue and pick up turrets on the other end of the map, basically scot-free.
Yeah, that was absolutely basically KALLYX giving a free turret over the side of NSL. That's not a very good thing for KALLYX. In fact, also using the ultimate just to, you know, TP all the way to the top, just to prevent, you know, NSL from taking even more turrets away from them. I think actually KALLYX is making these macro mistakes, and they just have to fortify all the way in. Taking a look at the gold lead right now, still favoring NSL, but KALLYX does have the ROA, which gives so much return on investment as the game time goes by.
That's the Luden's Echo. They don't have to run out of pages, so they don't even get that return of interest, right? Their return on investment. Instead, one of the biggest issues and shortcomings they have is KALLYX. They don't even have good support items right now. The Galleon is looking for the engage, so he has that rocket belt, but look at what the Nami has. Nami's already building into another item, has the locket too. These dragon fights are so much better for NSL. The last fight, we didn't even get to see the hero's entrance. This is going to be so impactful. NSL have an easy opportunity to collapse in on them. You get this flank coming through from the Akshan potentially as well, and package timing is perfect. They get to rotate back in. I mean, I just can't understate this enough, or overstate this enough, Jayz. You know, it's just such a good position. NSL have all the tools in the right, or all the pieces in the right place, if they don't take the maximum value out of each play, this Ari gets to scale up, this Ziggs gets to scale up, it becomes a big problem for them in the late game.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like KALLYX really want this Mountain Drake right now, but they're nowhere in the position to try to get it. NSL will have the Dragon priority. This Mountain Drake, I feel like actually KALLYX really wants it, but picking up the Scuttler will be able to allow them to have vision over to that Drake. But NSL, you know, they've secured so much lead for themselves, and KALLYX playing from behind this time round. But you know, NSL just allowing KALLYX to score, to try to scale once again, allow them space to scale, allow them space to farm up. It's gonna be a little bit tough for, you know, NSL to try to fight KALLYX in the late game.
Here's the crazy thing, right? You can't walk into the Dragon Pit because you get constricted. You're playing pretty claustrophobic because all the ultimates get to come in, especially on the way that the maps are kind of sighted. To get an easy angle, you have stuff like the Pantheon ult and the Galio ult. All these things get to play into it. Plus the Ziggs Mega Infernal Bomb. So much damage comes in that tiny, tiny concentrated space. NSL need to be careful about that. They had great presence to not push their lead too far and try and take that, especially when they didn't have to. This does mean that the package times out without being able to use it though, but instead they don't give themselves a chance to make a misplay and run the risk of dying unless they just walk in like that.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was worried about. You know, NSL pushing their limits a little bit too much. But finally, this second Rift Herald will be able to secure its job of the first one, which did kind of good. But you know, NSL has broke through all the mid lane turrets right now as KALLYX focus their attention on this Mountain Drake. I think NSL may give it away to them. I don't think there's any way for them to try to steal it off. Well, I said that for the last in game number 2 where KALLYX just stole it off for some weird reason. But this Mountain Drake will be very good for KALLYX because they're going to build up even tankier, Nunu, the Galio, and even the Pantheon will benefit greatly from this.
We've sung praises for NSL up to the point, and they just had to make it happen. It's cast a curse or what? I don't know. But it was unfortunate because up until that point, it felt like their macro decision making was really on point. They knew what needed to be done. They walked away from the Dragon Pit. They got that Rift Tower. Rift Tower broke open the mid lane turret, and for a second, it looked like that was all they needed to do. Right? Because you get the position towards the Dragon again.
Yep, Heroic Entrance will be able to activate and taunting 2 members from the side of NSL, but there's not enough damage coming off from the side of KALLYX as well. Big bomb coming in, but would not be able to face NSL away. NSL snipes down the turret and they just walk away. I think, you know, that is a huge win for NSL from that team fight. They've done what they needed. They're just gonna back off.
So being able to pick up that turret there is a really good pickup for them, so they managed to recover pretty decently after that last one. But going back to what happened in mid lane, right? So they being able to pick up that turret, then they start walking over into the mid lane. They were supposed to pick that one up pretty easily, and with that Dragon available, it's constantly meant that that SG was going to have to walk in on them. They needed to go back towards that Dragon Pit to make sure that that NSL don't get it for free because it just gives them so much space. And it also allows for the next Dragons to spawn.
Yep, ooh,
and they get the Renekton again.
Yeah, Renekton actually flashes over to that fake wall, but it is going to be 4 member on top of that Crocodile. Would not be able to survive to see anything for long. But this means that, you know, NSL has ultimate information that, you know, KALLYX will not be able to do anything, taking away the red buff from that Nunu as well, as they're going to try to secure this turret at the top side.
Ziggs is going to do a really good job throwing out the waves, so you can see just stops them in their tracks. They won't be able to continue, whereas with KALLYX, they get to move down to the bottom side, pick up that turret, they actually come up ahead in the grand scheme of things with these trades. NSL still with a bit of a gold lead, but with the Baron coming up, with the Dragon coming up, the objectives that are available to them that they can easily pick up are starting to become more restricted. It's not so clear cut, you know. You just can't just go, well, NSL need to get A, B, C, and then they'll win the game. It's not so clear cut anymore. KALLYX is scaling up to some extent, and so now you have a pretty good opportunity to probably block out NSL's engage and NSL's pickups for these turrets, for these objectives. It's going to be a lot more tricky. I'm curious to see what that plan is going to be.
Yeah, at this point of time, it's a very well-balanced seesaw. Both these two teams poised to pick up this series. This is best of 3. This is the third game in the best of 3. None of them are basically allowing each other to, give that lead by accident. Well, we don't talk about that Red Actor walking into a bunch of people, but I mean, both these two teams, there's a lot of focus right now, and you are starting to sense a bit of a fatigue going in from the side of both of these two teams when they start to make a bit of a macro mistakes, giving kills over to each other. But it is going to be, NSL right around the Baron pit. They're not allowing KALLYX to just walk away scot-free.
Dragon coming up in about half a minute means they need to start positioning around that. Last time around, package wasn't able to be used effectively. The package is in base, so they get to start making their recalls and rotate over for that. If they get into position first, it actually doesn't make that big of a difference, because that's what KALLYX want to do, right? They want to re-engage onto you when you're stuck in that Dragon pit. So they actually need to be more aggressive and forthcoming with this by shoving out these lanes. So NS10 is a big vulnerability in that plan. If NS10 gets caught out before the fight even starts, the game is over. The game strat does not work anymore. So they need to shove out the mid side, they need to shove out the bot side and free up space so they can pick up this Infernal Drake safely. Whereas KALLYX, they're okay with this game state. They get the recall, they get to come back. They're pretty nonchalant about this. It's easy for them. They just need for NSL to make a mistake. But that's not the most ideal situation, you could say. Like, you don't really want to hope your opponent makes a mistake to win the game, right?
Yeah, and you talk about SG KALLYX. This is the game state where it's up to NSL's initiative to do whatever that's right. SG KALLYX could just let NSL to try to, especially now try to take down this Infernal Drake. You can see the bombs going in, the package activated just to actually go all the way off. KALLYX takes over the Dragon Pit right now. Looking at NSL, they just gave that Infernal Drake away. This is exactly what we're talking about. KALLYX waiting for NSL to make a mistake. NSL made a mistake. KALLYX just take it.
You know what? I called it. I said what was going to happen. They played into what was going to happen. Now they need to defend the mid lane, and they have to give away NS10 again. Right? It just becomes a repeating action. They thought that they could take that one because they had the package that was going to be able to get them into the pit faster, or maybe help them disengage faster. I'm not sure what it was, but ultimately you saw what happened. They have so many angles to kind of collapse in on them. NSL just need to play backwards at that point, and that means the objective is going to be given away. Baron being the next one, though, is going to be a little bit different. The way that the map is shaped means that it's more difficult for them to get into the pit. Compared to before, it's actually more advantageous to NSL to be able to play towards that Baron pit. Not so easy for KALLYX.
Yeah, but on one point of hand, you can see, KALLYX, they do have global ultimates, right? Polycaton with the very long range AoE. Lols could just dive right over the wall. You also have the Nuno with the movement speed to, build a snowman once again right into the enemy's faces. There's so many options for KALLYX to jump over that wall to engage to find NSL. So I'm not too worried about that. In the meantime, NSL, I feel like they're licking the wounds just a little bit now because KALLYX is just hard shoving the mid lane, trying to put so much pressure in the mid lane so that, and while NSL is busy defending that, KALLYX could just walk around the lane to try to do some economy damage and try to secure some neutral objectives.
I mean, you look at the game state as it is right now, who do you think is ahead in gold, right? Don't look at the gold score, just look at what's happening on the map. Who would you think is ahead? If I were you, I mean, honestly, I would say red side, right? Looks like red side's ahead here, but actually NSL is up by 5,000 gold almost. They're still ahead, they're supposed to still be in the driver's seat, but they've lost that control of the map. And now that goal difference is starting to look less and less. Those dragons that they have, both the Infernal and the Mountain Drake, are so pivotal and offer so much value that the gold doesn't fully represent what's happening here.
Yeah, I really like the fact that you pointed that out, man, because it's like, you usually would think that the team with the most gold should have the map dominance, should have the most initiative, but it feels like KALLYX is slowly creeping up. I think, like what you mentioned, the Mountain Drake was the one that's really pivotal that allowed them to get that Infernal Drake. That's how I see it, because they're so tanky right now. It takes NSL so much investment to try to take down, well, even Lols, even Ranzong and Gambling X as well. And NSL, I would say, accidentally allowed KALLYX to be in this state. And KALLYX is just like, waiting and hoping NSL makes a mistake once again. And I don't know, but it could tip. It could tip to both these two teams, and it's a really hard game for this for NSL.
Sure. I think the biggest issue is going to be how they deal with this Ahri. The Ahri has so much wave clear, has so much aggression, whereas the KALLYX has a very difficult time trying to step up into range. And at 17 now is starting to face some of those problems. Where KALLYX is going to be able to just play towards that Baron very easily, close out that distance. NSL need to play into it, they need to pick up the package, maybe get a jump on them somewhere. The Akshan maybe gets a miraculous heal and saves the game by being able to pull back from everything.
Yeah, and also don't forget, you mentioned about Ahri, right? That charm is going to be a big problem, right? So what KALLYX will do is just poke them with that charm, pick one person, and that's it. As long as KALLYX was able to land on that charm down, NSL will find themselves in a manpower deficit because of the burst damage coming out from the Ahri and, you know, the follow-up coming out from the KALLYX. But now Lols, going against NX 13. Finally, a bit of a scuffle happening, but Lols going to Golden right now, trying to buy some time, but would not be necessary right now. KALLYX losing one member right now. Polycutton almost going down. Akshan tried to chase, but would not be able to connect the damage as NSL finally breaks off from that, you know, that stalemate, and now they have map dominance once again.
I'm not even sure I call that map dominance. They have a small window, but with 30 seconds left on the death timers, Lost gets to ult back in and jump back into the fight right away once they respawn. Elder Drake's available, so they can't just walk towards the Baron. They actually have to take one objective at a time. The question is which one they end up playing for. Is going to get stunned up for a second. The package aggressively forward, knowing the charm isn't there from the Ahri, and then you get to build some space while they move back towards this dragon.
Yeah, and NS10, receiving that charm once again. It's going to be Ranzhong flashing over the wall, activating Absolute Zero. NS10 looking a little bit low right now. Hero entrance landing at the same time. Both these two teams would not give this this Ocean Drake up. It's going to be a very big objective for both these two teams, but KALLYX does have the Drake opportunity. NS19 tried to dish out some damage. Gambling X actually absorbing some good damage coming out from them, while as keeping NSL busy away from the objective. Well, it is going to be KALLYX losing two members, but this Drake is still up and is now fighting for both these two teams. KALLYX looking a little bit low as, okay, NS19 going into Golden once again. NS11, there's no way for you to be there. Forced to flash away. And now this Crocodile comes back into the fight with, you know, this spread of stunning as well, being revived by NS19. It's such a nutty fight happening right here at the Dragon Pit.
He got the instant revive, right? That was the instant revive of the Renekton and on the KALLYX, right? So that brings them back into the game. Now they have 4 players. They get to play towards this Elder Drake. They actually have enough time to also go for the Baron, I think.
Yeah, and remember what we're talking about, right? The Akshan's revive has been nutty, and it actually worked for NSL side. Yes, I don't really have the tankiness, but I do have the revive, and now NSL will take this Ocean Dragon away from KALLYX.
Yeah, the Elder Drake's there. Now they get to play towards the Baron side right away. I think that was teleport picked up by NS13, so maybe get to rotate over. I'm not sure if she switched back or whatever the case is, but they get to play towards the Baron first. They get to have the control around that Baron pit, and now there's no dragon they have to worry about. It's much easier for them to play towards this dragon pit and get control here, and much more difficult for KALLYX to jump in with the ultimates that they have.
Yeah, NSL just literally, you know, you have 2 problems right now. What NSL did is tackle one problem at a time. So really props over to the side of NSL, and now they could just focus most of their manpower around this Baron pit as well. Don't forget, KALLYX has pushed up lanes. Top lane super open, the mid lane is also super open for them. So KALLYX needs to try to constantly shove, and once you have to force to constantly shove, NSL could just swoop in, picks up the Baron for themselves, and just walk away.
State of the map, very interesting in this point. We're just crossing the 22.5-minute mark. We're going firmly into that mid to late game at this point. Baron attempt started by NSL. They've managed to open up that top side turret. So now Super Minions crashing Infinite Wave, and that's going to be the case for the rest of this game. Constantly something to watch out for. Package available in base. Just taking stock check of what could be done. NSL, they have the opportunity to play for this Baron, and every time they do, KALLYX need to be aware of this, start rotating over. They actually have vision in the pit, so it's difficult for them to start this one and take it all the way through.
Yeah, in the meantime, you know, there's so many globals that NSL has to be careful about. Even Laws could just jump in from like a mile away right into the pit, and it will make NSL very hard to secure. A lot of discipline going in for the side of NSL, right? They're not tunnel vision in trying to take this Baron away, even though it could be the difference between life and death of this particular series.
Actually almost gets the kill onto the Ziggs, manages to take away the Hourglass. Such a vulnerability from KALLYX. Now they have to constantly be playing towards that Ziggs. And they shred this Baron so quickly. Come on, break the blast code, please break the blast code. Yes!
Yeah, so, but you can see NSL, there's a lot of burst potential coming out from this side. You can look at how low the Baron was able to be pushed all the way down with just a small little millisecond, because they do have the pushing power. And now with the marksman coming online, KALLYX is the one that doesn't have all these marksmen to just try to secure like these key objectives. So I would feel like NSL's decision to draft the Corki and draft the Arkshan, if they know they're going to sit here for at least 24 minutes, is starting to pay off.
See where you're coming from. It feels like that. It feels like that is the case with the Akshan. Corki with the big ones are able to get some decent damage down. Big problem that I think that KALLYX have is just the lack of agency, right? To say that with the Ziggs, with the Ari, there's a little bit of a lack of agency. You're kind of relying on the enemy team to kind of run into you. At the same time, you want to run into them. And so it's both ways from, you know, it's a kind of a. It's kind of what's the right term for this? Is that opposing kind of like mindset shift for KALLYX? Because they want to do both things, right? They want to jump in, but they also want the enemy team to play into them. So it's very difficult for them at this point. The team's identity is a little bit lacking compared to what NSL have, which is a lot more straightforward and a lot more in place. So we get to see more from the NSL squad than we might from KALLYX.
Yeah, I feel like they're trying to be, you know, master of Jack. No. Jack of all trades, but you know, master of none. And there's not a role that could actually fulfill very well. They could do a little bit of a lot of things, but NSL, right, it still comes in with more damage, right? They really just zeroed in on all the damage. They do have the poke coming out from Jayz that could poke from someone, but oh, okay, NS17, you will be able to use the package jumping all the way in. It is going to be Ziggs going into Golden once again. Flash will not be able to save her at all. Will be giving herself over to NSL. Now, that's one very key damage dealer of side of KALLYX gone. NSL, this is a small window that could use to try to take down this Baron.
Without that Ziggs, they lose a lot of the opportunity to just poke them down and have that burst, that coordinated burst to get the Baron to a low enough point for the Nunu to steal that one away. But they still have a Nunu, and you can see what happens. NSL, they need to back away. But they still have the waves crashing in towards that bottom side. They set up that wave earlier on, and now it's starting to pay off. And again, that top lane's constantly being shoved in, so they need to be aware of that. KALLYX is in a bit of a tough spot because there's not much they can do. They can't step too far forward. They're just going to walk backwards continuously, back towards their base, clear out the waves, walk towards the Baron, and back to their base. Whereas NSL, they get a lot more free space to roam around and pick up all the gold potentially available on the map.
I'm looking at Gambling X once again on that Galio. And then I'm like, okay, flashback, but it is going to be NS10. The Baron lane is about these two teams having a 1v1, but NSL, they're bringing more people, but Akshan, oh my goodness, coming in from afar, forced to use the ultimate. It is going to be the Pantheon to jump back into safety, but back into the enemy's base as well. Lowe's jumps all the way in, tried to stun NS19, but taking so much damage, so much survivability on this Baron lane in front of the side of KALLYX, and NSL is like, you know what? You can do whatever you want right here, but I'm just trying to secure even more space because Lowe's X is the one that got caught out in the open.
They actually get the Ari here. This could be big.
This could be very big as well. Speaking about big, all the big ultimates used by the KALLYX would not be able to secure anything as well. These are very crucial for KALLYX to try to deter NSL away from all these objectives like the Baron and even the mid lane. Now NSL tried to hard shove the mid lane. Looking at death timers right now, Loss coming in back to the game around 30 seconds right now. KALLYX forced to play defense mode.
There's no wave mid, but it's a wave front. They try and crash that one in quickly, but I don't think they get much more done apart from that. NS19 just pops the ultimate just for good measure. Get a bit more down. Just chunk them out where you can. Bring in the waves. That top lane is shoving in. This is a good moment for them. Lost is going to spawn about 10 seconds, and with that ultimate, they actually might have to back off because that could be the initiation that they want as they try and chunk out these turrets.
Yeah, NSL, they know, they identify that Laws is not in. They try to push down the bottom lane, but unfortunately Laws has come back from the graveyard right in here. Big bombs coming in, try to deter NSL away from them. These damage has been very crucial. KALLYX goes, try to look some pick off with the charm, but will not be able to do anything with the Spirit Rush. But now KALLYX finally will be able to push NSL back to the river. What a tug of war happening from the side of both these two teams. But speaking of this, the Nami Ultimate misses all this as well, and NSL managed to push KALLYX all the way back to the base once again.
Charm misses, that splash gone. That's an initiation tool that the Aria isn't going to get back for a while. This gives them a chance to push this turret here, perhaps.
Perhaps.
That teleport coming from Renekton, that's the flank, but he has to back away because there's too many there. This team is not ready to back him up.
Yeah, his team is not ready to back him up, and if in fact NS17 forced to go back to pick up her package at the same time, once again the map is reset all the way back into like what happened around 5 minutes ago. Both these two teams looking healthy. The gold lead doesn't really matter anymore. It's all about the positioning. It's all about who makes the first mistakes. KALLYX is just waiting for NSL to make mistakes, hoping that NS10, you know, just overextend just a little bit more, or even goes to land down these charm. But take a look. NSL is just constantly shoving KALLYX back into their base.
Red team lost a turret.
Now this gives NSL the chance to go towards the Baron. This might be finally the opportunity they want to go for, the chance to finally finish this one off. No more half big, half done. You get to go in towards this. The Nunu very far away. They have to stretch to take this one down quickly. It's down to 6,000. They might have to back away to get the bubble back on the Nunu. Time's being bought. The dash in from the outside dodges away from the child. The re-engage with Kelly.
Re-engage with Kelly once again. NS10. You can see Laws jumping all the way in, but there's wouldn't be able to connect anyone. NSL will be able to secure the Baron buff as well, and NS19 doing the God's work as well. But it is going to be blue lives getting chunking all the way down. But no matter, even though you go golden, KALLYX will not be able to survive to defend from this. In fact, giving NSL the full team-wide and the prime opportunity to march down this core after for 5 minutes of just back and forth tug of war.
They bring us the full distance, 30 minutes, the big 3-0, but they will do it. They will take now KALLYX, NSL 2-1 in this series, and they pick up this win.
Wow, what a game, what a roller coaster moment where, you know, okay, I look down. I admittedly look down on the table once again, but NSL and Space Gamer KALLYX, GG over to both these two teams. So disciplined, NSLR and Space Gamer KALLYX as well. They know how to play with the composition. Just the mere threat of having all these ultimates just deters NSL away from these key objectives. But man, what a series, Grandon! What a series!
Yeah, what a series, bringing us the full way. I think NS13 kind of saved herself at the end there with the Jayz performance this time around, being able to do so much more. We will forget what happened in game 2, because at the end of it all, they won this one 2-1. So a very good showing overall. I really like what NSL did. I think there was some good moments from KALLYX, but I think the composition that NSL just seemed more cohesive, more coherent, and had a clearer idea of what needed to be done. Whereas KALLYX was a little bit more kind of up for interpretation. There were multiple identities in the team, so it was a little bit difficult to figure out what they needed to execute. But there were some moments that were absolutely amazing, and I loved watching them play those ones out. But it seemed by the time we hit that end game, you know, it just seemed easier for NSL to execute.
Yeah, and you mentioned about, like, you know, KALLYX, there's no real identity. It's like a Swiss Army knife. You can't call a Swiss Army knife a knife, right? There's a lot of screws, there's a lot of scissors in there. There's like a sauce for some of them that I've actually bought before. But, you know, NSL, they're just bringing in all the damage. They're just going in with all that hurt, and KALLYX is just unable to withstand all the damage, even though they built slightly tankier. But in the end of the day, NSL, you saw how many times that they attempted that Baron, and they chunked it out half health for like like God knows, like a few seconds, and then they backed off. You can imagine that the amount of damage that could do in that short little time, not only just to the Baron, right, but to the members of KALLYX. They cannot hold the damage coming out from NSL. So really mad respect for both these two teams and giving us a wonderful series. In fact, this is the first series of the day for day number 1 already, and we're already into a banger of a series.
Yeah, a great showing from both these two teams, and congratulations over to NSL, who are going to be able to take out this one. That being said, we're going to go into a quick little break before we jump into our next series of the day. It's been a good one. I'm looking forward to more stuff that we see. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it.
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. It's my time, watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own, nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own, nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to FSL Wild Rift Open. This is playoffs day number 1. My name is Jayz. Joining me right here is Grandin. This is a single elimination best of 3. Of course, this could not happen without our sponsors, Intel and Yahoo. And just in case if you missed that first series, man, tug of war, roller coaster. Yeah, looks down a little bit as well, if we're just looking at my script. And of course, a nutty Baron Steel.
Yeah, that one was sad for sure, and very memorable, I would say, and you know, maybe it'll haunt some people going to forward or not. Who knows? You know, with that being said, though, I'm looking forward to what we might have in store for us with this next series. You know, we have 2 more teams playing this one out before we get deeper into the competition to come.
Yeah, that's right. Coming up next will be VGM Ladies going up against Pandora Infinity. VGM, one top 4 female teams in Vietnam. They've always been constantly top 8 to top 16 in our FSL Opens 2021. And of course, you know, I think they 2-0'd against Unoya Raja and Team Yako in Group D. So of course, they are leading in their own respective group. But on the other side of the you have Pandora Infinity, right? They went head-to-head with the MDH girls. Well, they took longer to win, so that's for they're on the 2nd seed. But of course, you know, they won the finals last week at the C Games indoor qualifiers, and we playing versus, you know, IC Fancy soon for the SG spot. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, the brackets will be up and ready. Looking forward to what we have in store for both these 2 teams. Seems like they are very notable in their own respective regions, and this is like almost like a, well, lack of a better word, Clash of the Titans already.
Yeah, just starting things off immediately, we get some really good teams playing it out on some at a very high level. I mean, the C Games is just going to be another platform for them to play on.
That's right.
I have to say, I love the fact that they get to play in the Wild Rift, the FSL Wild Rift Open before all that happens, to start developing their skills, learn the meta, because it can differ from region to region, right? I think the Singapore region will have a slightly different meta than, say, the Thai region, and all of that's going to make a big difference when it comes to playing out in their international stage anyway. So now, again, I mean, for all that being said, the bans don't look all that different. We see a little bit more priority towards the Lee Sin and the Oriana to be removed, as opposed to some other Baron laners, stuff like the Set, for example, have been left open.
Ooh, the Z instant locked in without any, like, you know, like people that will hover a little bit, they're just like, well, I'm going to lock in Z right on away. Could be a comfort pick coming up from the VGM Ladies. But another pointer to note about Pandora Infinity is that they're technically a fairly new team coming into the scene. So really, really impressive, if you ask me, coming in, going head toe-to-toe into one of the top 4 female teams in Vietnam. This could be the litmus test paper in terms of, you know, the future series or future tournaments as well. And looking at what they've secured for themselves so far, it is going to be the Renekton and the Ezreal.
I think Crystalline Reflector as an item does really well against the Zed right now, so you actually have quite a number of options, especially if you go for things like the Diana, so you get that Rod of Ages, then Crystalline Reflector. You know, you might lack a little bit of damage, but in reality, I think you have a lot of utility with your ultimate anyway, so that Moonfall still gives a lot of value to your team. So that could be a very strong option available for Pandora Infinity as they, if they want to pick that one up. Instead, they go for the Renekton Ezreal first. Ezreal, I think it's slightly underlooked. You know, a lot of people look at it kind of as like a save op pick option, but actually the damage that he does is pretty insane. Plus, you pad it up with the fact that you have so much damage to turrets. You know, it's almost like a mini Ziggs in that regard. So you're really able to siege out very well as well.
Long range, you know, you could, there's good mobility. You also got like a global ultimate, and whoop! I love it when someone picks up Akali. I used to like one trick Akali back in the good old days, but you know, Akali getting picked up right here could, well, potentially, no, it's not a potentially. I think it's 100% guaranteed going into the mid lane, going up against that Zed. It's going to be an assassin versus assassin in the mid lane. However, on the other side, VGM Ladies, you know, pick up the Kai'Sa for themselves. So they do have, they're going to double down on a marksman dragon lane. We saw that in game number 3 of, you know, of NSL. They picked up double marksman, and that worked very well going into the later parts of the game. But as Pandora Infinity, they have the marksman to match as well. Looking at the bans, Camille ban and the Lulu ban for both these 2 teams.
So Lulu makes sense to me. You don't want to really give a safe option available to the Ezreal. You don't want to really take away any agency from your team, especially because of the fact that a Polymorph would probably be able to shut down the Zed and the Kai'Sa pretty hard. You dive into the backline and suddenly you're hit by the Polymorph, you're done. You don't get to play game anymore. So Lulu makes a lot of sense to me why they might want to get rid of that. But now there's still a number of options that are available. But I actually like this kind of mentality because it kind of goes, well, if everything is kind of strong right now, we just won't touch any of that. We will leave all the strong options up. You might get some, but we're definitely going to get some too. And that's kind of the power of boot side, right? You get that first pick, so you get to decide what style and what agency you want to play for. Red side plays much more reactive.
Yeah, bans away the Evelyn as well. You're right. It feels like there's so many good picks wide open. It feels like, you know, rather than denying everyone from that pizza, everyone just gets the a piece of that pizza as well. But speaking of which, Jarvan gets taken away by the side of Pandora Infinity as well. Well, a lot of jungler getting taken away, if you notice, like it's the Jarvan, the Lee Sin as well. But now they're gonna secure the Braum for themselves to block all these, you know, with Unbreakable. They kind of soak up some good damage as well. So I kind of like what Pandora Infinity is going in. You have a disengage tool with the Nami. I have the disengage tool with my ultimate as well with the Braum.
Yeah, you have the disengage tool. You also have the Unbreakable, which blocks Tidal Wave entirely. The Tidal Wave disappears, right? It's actually a huge counter to the Nami pickup in that regard. Plus, it does really well tagging up against the Zed, against the Kai'Sa, and things like that. So it actually has a really good use case against composition that we're starting to see from VGM ladies. Pandora Infinity here, I think so far have a composition that works very well in its individual parts. The question now really comes about how well is it able to execute together. For a brief second there, they were hovering the Diana. That Diana could potentially be played in this one, but I don't think it really fits that well considering what they need now and what they're lacking. They have a lot of diving in, jumping in, stuff like that. They need a little more strong disengage and maybe a little bit of engage with the body slam as well.
Yeah, and you talk about they need the disengage. I feel like the Gragas, not only just the body slam that the Gragas will be able to bring onto the drafting table, right? The explosive cards, so many disengaging tools coming up from the VGM ladies. They're good. They've got good engage. They've got non-committals coming out from the Z, technically speaking, with the shadows. They've also got, you know, good poke from the Kaitian Rain and the Pantheon. But I feel like all these poke could just be nullified by one Braum wall. So I think VGM ladies gotta play their cards smart. Whereas Pandora Infinity, they have to look to snowball. They have the Akali, they have the Renekton. These two needs to snowball as quickly as possible in their respective lane. You know, Ezreal and Braum I would say that they could just, you know, chill back, try to do pot shots against VGM ladies in the Dragon lane.
So having send all that, right, with the Pantheon going into the jungle, the Amumu actually has a bit of a difficult time being able to deal with the kind of tempo that the Pantheon potentially has. So I'm curious what this means. The good thing, I suppose, is that Braum actually does really, really well in a lot of different situations early on because of the nature of his passive. It's such a powerful one. It's able to really tag up and get so much value against a lot of different opponents. So even with the Amumu, who might not necessarily be the best thing to pair together with the Braum, they still can roam together to try and negate some of the pressure from the Pantheon.
Yeah, and don't forget Amumu, right? Long range bandage toss, it's a stun. It's also a very game-changing ultimate around the Amumu as well. So it could actually stall, you know, like the likes of the Zed, the likes of the Pantheon, or even Kai'Sa that could jump all the way back in. Now, you remember, it is VGM ladies who are the one who bans away the Lulu to try to, you know, Lulu could actually stall these momentum. The Amumu, the Braum, they could actually do, I would say, arguably maybe a better job as compared to a Lulu, because Lulu is a single target. Amumu is like an AoE target.
Sure, but point and click versus having to hit a skill shot is also different, so that's why you get to have that difference. But I think you're onto something there. The Amumu definitely is gonna have some impact. I can't read that Japanese kanji, so I'm not sure what I'm trying to call her at this point. Either way, it's gonna be Amumu, and you got the birthday Amumu. I think that's one of my favorite skins for Amumu. I'm gonna be honest here.
And Observer zooming all the way in just to, you know, allow you to bask in its glory as it cries, try to take down the red buff right here. But ladies and gentlemen, on to while we go. This is game number 1. VGM ladies in the blue. Pandora Infinity in the red right now, looking to snowball on the top side with against the against the Gragas on the top this time round. Gonna be a Nami at the bottom side, but look at Sherry looking a little bit low. Jukes around with the shadow, and that's my Akali.
I mean, look at what.
Sorry.
Oh, come on. You can't. Oh, man. You can't do that. You can't do that. All right.
I sim for Akalis, okay?
I'll tell you what. If the Akali ever makes a misplay, that is your Akali. If it's the Akali does well, that's Sherry's Akali. That's what you get. All right. You made a terrible joke. Now that's all you get. We actually got to see, very interestingly enough, both junglers start on opposite sides. This actually means that Nero gets a path towards the mid lane for an early gank, whereas now the Amumu gets to respond by jumping onto the Pantheon, who has to flash away immediately.
Yeah, big summoner spell already taken away by Pandora Infinity. The Z rotates over to the Scuttle Crab. We'll be able to see that. Once again, I don't like how this Pantheon is actually pathing though. Knows that she doesn't really have the flash anymore, yet goes up and tries to face down the Crocodile himself. One stun, and in fact, if the Amumu is there, could potentially follow up with more Q potential. But I don't know. VGM ladies just have to be a little bit careful. But what I like about Pandora Infinity though, securing 2 Scuttle Crabs this early on provides so much vision. But oh, take down, Ignite.
Ignite versus Ignite in the Baron lane. The fact that the Gragas won that matchup is something that should not be happening. And now we see an 800 gold difference. That's going to be a full component difference against Renekton. Kind of just exasperates the issue more, right? Grassly dying does pretty well into the Renekton matchup. Renekton really shouldn't be losing this 2 levels behind, no ultimate. It's a big issue now. And I thought for a moment there that the Amumu with the tempo that he got over the Pantheon was actually enough of a win. Right, like you managed to overcome the weaknesses of having a slow scaling Amumu early on. Now it's not so clear-cut anymore. You have a big Baron lane that you have to worry about.
Yeah, and you know, speaking about big Baron laners, right? I think VGM ladies, Renekton should not be losing that one. You know, giving Gragas that earlier ROA, if better this time, yes, that's an ROA going in, right? But of course, I need to also highlight the fact that Pandora Infinity has the whole river lit up like Christmas tree, like Christmas lights right now. But speaking of which, nice disengage coming off onto the Bandage Toss would not be able to connect. Renekton once again falling a little bit short in terms of the HP, forced to back away.
Once you miss that, it's pretty doomed, so you have to back off. I mean, it just feels problematic at this point. You know, you seem to have had the tempo advantage. I guess it doesn't really matter so much because Pandora Infinity still has all those ultimates that you get to play for when the objectives start to spawn up. Now that the timer is coming, we actually don't see as much of a move as we did from the last game. I think VGM ladies are actually trying to pioneer that or lead the charge from this one in this game, this series. The bot lane is going to recall first. Not sure if that's going to mean them going to the mid lane or they're just going to go straight to the dragon.
Yeah, going back in securing, you know, critical items already. In fact, Ezreal building the first item already, and it's going to go into a stronger fight against the Kai'Sa coming out from VGM ladies. Well, the VGM ladies setting up for the Cloud Drake instead, whereas Pandora Infinity looking at that Rift Herald right now. VGM lady, we can see the pings coming out from there. They're just worried about it, and they may converge on top of Pandora Infinity if they really want to take this Rift Herald for themselves.
This is kind of risky though. They don't really have a good angle.
Yeah, they don't really have a good angle as well. And VGM ladies with that bubble will be able to P Infinity all the way up into the skies. That's the good angle that VGM ladies is looking out for. In fact, picking up 3 members from this side of Pandora Infinity. Yes, Ezreal comes in with the True Shot Barrage, but a little bit too late. VGM ladies secures 3 kills, scales even harder. The Gragas is on a roll.
Yeah, a little problematic, right? If you play towards that, you can't play towards the Rift Herald side when you have the Pantheon and the blue team. You have to be aware of the fact that they get an easier chance diving in towards your angle. You need to play towards the dragon, and furthermore, where's Roxanne? She's not in that fight, right? So you don't have a lot of damage you have, even with the Arcane Barrage. You have the ultimate, a True Shot Barrage or something like that. Well, even with that Ezreal ultimate, it doesn't really get you the impact you want. You're not tanky enough to soak up the engage the damage as VGM once again will just tear through Pandora Infinity. One by one, they all fall. The jungler is dead. The Kai'Sa will dash into the back line. Roxanne will narrowly survive, but the chase, the pursuit out for the Kai'Sa should ensure them their fall.
Oh, that's so hard to watch. You know, VGM Lady secured that, you know, big kill on the Red Herald side, and now they secured not only just the Drake, mind you, it's also securing the members of Pandora Infinity as well. Just literally, not just torn apart, that was a rip to shreds. That's how I would describe that particular team fight earlier just now.
But it's not as if the game is entirely doomed at this point. 6,000 gold is a lot to work against, but with the kind of champions that you're playing with, you have a pretty good amount of low economy options that you can try and go for, right? You still have a lot of damage that's going to exist within that Kali and within that Ezreal with their base stats, especially against a team that's not necessarily building very tanky. The tankiest member on the enemy team has gone for a Black Cleaver. Second tankiest has gone for the Rod of Ages. Not that tanky. You can shred through that even without a lot of economy. Now what Pandora Infinity need to watch out for is getting the levels and EXP necessary to actually win these fights. Every level you're behind is over 600 gold. That's a component difference for every level you're behind.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like Pandora Infinity, I was setting this up. I was thinking about, hey, they do have a Kali to snowball, they do have a Renekton, they need to snowball, but it is instead VGM Ladies that's the one who snowball. But speaking about snowballing, their goods are going to jump all the way out. And did that Renekton get deleted right underneath the turret? Yes, she did.
And that's one of the biggest issues, that the Renekton actually is one of the few that cannot really exist with low economy. Else they kind of lose their purpose and existence in this game. Just the continued assault from VGM Ladies is relentless. They just dive them the turret time in and time out. Sherry with a nice ball's execution to actually reposition and take down the marksman finally. And with a double kill, a miraculous turnaround for Pandora Infinity.
Yeah, that was miraculously for even for the Akali, right? The Akali takes down not only just like the highest net value of the side of VGM Ladies, it's an assassin at the same well, she's an assassin, she eats, you know, marksman like breakfast. But that Pantheon though, jumping all the way in, I thought VGM Ladies should be able to get out of there scot-free, but Akali has the gunblade. The gunblade is truly the one item that you need if this if you really want to play a good Akali. But yes, I sim too much for this Akali.
And for good reason, with so much value that we've seen in the Akali so far. I mean, I can understand why you'd feel that way. It saw a dip off in the meta, didn't exactly have the same kind of presence as it had before. That's still looking very strong in this game. KALLYX, I think, just barely dodged away from the kill right at the start, and now is starting to look a little bit irrelevant in this matchup. You know, the fact is that he went for the Zeke's Herald first instead of trying to go for a boot item, a boot upgrade. So not without any good utility. I feel like it's a little bit problematic. I mean, there was some options they could have gone for. The Gargoyle Stoneplate, for example, could have given them the tankiness that he needs, or that she needs, for KALLYX to actually survive these fights and these engages.
Yeah, it's just, you know, Pandora Infinity getting torn apart by the sheer amount of damage that VGM Ladies could output, and now with the second Rift Herald in their pockets once again, it is going to be the Mumu crying right in the death screen at the same time. You can see Pandora Infinity slowly walking towards it, but you know, this Pantheon, it doesn't really mind. There's VGM Ladies feel like they're so far ahead. You can see they try to take down the topside turret, but you know, I think this is a mistake that VGM Ladies may be able to afford. But you do have an Akali that... Okay, yes, once again, I will go back to the Akali same problem again. You have an Akali that could snowball.
You have an Akali that could snowball, but we need the economy on something else. And with the Renekton, I don't think able to actually 1v1 do anyone in the side lanes. Infinity have to roam together as a 5-man unit. They need to move together as a team, which might not be the case that they want, because they need to spread out that EXP so they can level up more. Like we mentioned earlier, the thing that's going to help them win this game is actually being able to make sure that they're constantly stacked up with EXP so that they're able to keep up with VGM Ladies. VGM Ladies doing a good job. They know they don't really have to go for this dragon because they have an express path into the mid lane to get to easily shut this one out, escort the Rift Herald, and now it's too late. Infinity might be going for the dragon, but they get to fight into them again.
Yeah, once again, it's going to be the Pantheon stunning the realm all the way up. Metro Facial will be activated, but it's going to be Nami finally falling. For now, this Crocodile finally coming online with just the Blade of the Ruin King as well, picking up two members from the side of VGM Ladies. And now, I feel like the steam has grown a little bit low, but no, I say that. The Dominus keeps him alive right now. It's gonna be the Assassin duking it all the way out. The Drake looking a little bit low. Finally gets killed by Pandora Infinity as a 4-man shutdown in a miraculous move coming out from Pandora Infinity.
You're kidding me. They just walked in there. 3-man ultimate from the Amumu. 4-man ultimate from the Braum. Everyone hits maximum value that they could in that fight. They played it perfectly. Won that one out so quickly. Teamy died early on, and so suddenly they were left without a lot of utility, a lot of damage. Ernest was out in the backline. Roxanne bought a lot of time. She had the hourglass, so the Zed was chasing around a cat-mouse game. But the mouse was winning it out. The cat couldn't finish her off in time, so the Predator was just stuck there waiting to try and get back in. And so we saw Zed join into the fight at the end, 3 versus 1. But like you mentioned, that Akali too strong for her to deal with. Zed will lose the opportunity for that, and that, I mean, we're looking at Pandora Infinity clawing their way back into this game.
You know, if only, you know, Jerry has the Zhonya's, but I'll talk about that later as the Kali gets deleted right off the map from the side of VGM Ladies. And now with an open mid lane, this Pantheon picks up a double kill. They are still in this game right now. Yes, they lost a Drake, and now they're gonna just all in right in the middle right now. Amumu coming in with the ultimate. True Shot Barrage, hands down, but not enough damage. The Amumu looking for more as the Ezreal tried to step a little bit forward. Yes, they are able to hold in the mid lane, but that mid lane took a lot of damage.
It was 4-man ult from the Amumu, and still, despite that, nothing could be done about it. We saw a lot of damage on the Renekton. Like we said, can't deal with the Zed. The Zed's going to be able to split push, going to pull attention away. The Renekton is going to be out of commission for a lot of these fights. Even with the 3 kills now, we still see him being, her being quite far behind. The Pepito isn't able to keep up with the tempo that we're starting to see come through. I think Tioma is now able to deal effectively against the Renekton, despite the fact that you probably won't want to be split pushing anyway. But if they do end up split pushing against each other, the Grass is going to be fine.
Yeah, I feel like Pandora Infinity should not try to split push at all. This Renekton not online as of yet. The only time that she's actually online is basically fighting alongside with the rest of the teammates and securing a 2 miraculously like 4 to 5 men stun from the ultimates coming up from, you know, the Braum and Amumu. But I'd like to like land focus a little bit. You know, these Zhonya's pick has been, you know, helping Pandora Infinity out because the Zed, I mean, it's like what I said, right? If only Jerry goes golden, I don't think Tom will be able to win.
Okay. Man, you make some wacky references.
Sorry.
You're lucky that I can catch these. I don't think a lot of people can. I don't think a lot of people could.
Are you telling me that not a lot of people watch Tom and Jerry anymore?
I think it's more like the delivery, and I don't think a lot of people do watch Tom and Jerry anymore. Even as I was like growing up, it was already starting to phase out for a lot of people.
Speaking about the Sherry going down into the back all the way in the back line, managed to perfectly execute 2 members from the side of VGM Ladies. This Sherry is on the snowball right here, but would not be able to do so because the assassin finally put a stop on the rampage at the back line. Now Roseanne is the one that's dishing out the damage. Will be able to land some on top of Ennis, but not enough to kill Ennis off.
And Sherry does manage to trade back quite effectively in that fight. And we're starting to see the gold slowly inch back towards a more even state, but it is still 10,000 gold up for VGM Ladies. And usually at this point, a lot of games should be more one-sided. The fact is, I think Pandora Infinity are doing an amazing job of playing in a low economy state. I think a big part of that is, while we might focus on Sherry a lot, it's also Roxanne's ability to output damage. It's also whatever this Amumu's name's ability to hit those massive stuns. She's got multiple shifting sand ultimates. It's crazy how much value they've been able to get out of that so far. Really critical. And I think VGM Ladies, they need to recognize this. They need to push the Amumu off the fight, disengage from her somehow, and that's when they're going to be able to use and capitalize off their golden man.
Yeah, and not only just the goal advantage that VGM Ladies was able to secure for themselves, they could just walk in and literally shred Pandora Infinity apart one. As long as Pandora Infinity walks in 1 by 1, VGM Ladies does have the wave push off, and these open lanes is already hurting Pandora Infinity, and now they're gonna take a fight right in the middle of the map right now. You can see blue lines, blue health bars dropping like flies, but Andy so what goes in golden, tries to stick it out, but nice bubble coming out from Teamy right right there, but would that be enough to actually turn this around? Roxanne is still alive though. These Iceborne Gauntlet shots has been, you know, very effective against VGM ladies. They are equally traded, but they're looking for more once again. True Shot Barrage won't be able to secure anything for now.
Frankly, I think these fights are just crazy. Pandora and Infinity have amazing team fighting power. Look at what they did there. An amazing unbreakable shield first and foremost to dodge away from, to block the Nami ultimate. Nami ultimate was cut off, wasn't able to get anything done. I think Roxanne probably did here. I think the spear should be enough. Chasing after, trying to charge that one up, and then the hourglass. That's pretty clutch. Actually gets away with her life. Couple of factors, right? First off, Unbreakable stops the Nami tidal wave entirely. Secondly, the shifting sands once again hits multiple key priority targets, takes them out. And despite the fact that, again, they are very far behind in gold, they make the fight closer than it actually seemed. And with that, almost want that fight out, especially towards the end there. Roxanne with the beautiful ultimate almost executes a couple of members from VGM ladies, but instead VGM will be able to reset due to the fact they have the Pantheon. They come back sooner, they grab the dragon, and now get the position around Baron.
Yeah, I really have to admire, you know, Pandora and Infinity once again. It feels like, I feel like they've played into these low econ drafts so many times that they're very used to it. Just, if you put a paper and just cover off the gold lead and you talk about that fight earlier, you would have thought that they're actually equal in the amount of gold. But here we go, Ultimate jumping in from the side of Pantheon as well. It is going to be the Roxanne, the key target, the key damage dealer from the side of Pandora. Infinity gets eliminated. A second person to go down, Sherry. Oh no, BGM ladies, they just slammed Pandora Infinity right on the ground once again.
Cassica strikes again, you praise the two players, and suddenly the game is pretty much done, right? Barrett's going to go over the main two damage dealers on the enemy team. Are gone. Way too early jump in from the Amumu. I mean, I felt it. You know, she feels desperate. She needs to get in quickly. But even now, it just doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough. Yeah, it feels like at this point, BGM ladies with the Baron secured and in their back pocket, wearing purple, are ready to walk down the red carpet and close this one out straight towards the Nexus.
Yes, 3 men all the way down to the top side. VGM ladies leading the charge, clearing off the members of Pandora Infinity, not in time to come all the way back. Just 2 members. I don't think they should be able to defend this from VGM ladies, especially when they've done so much damage. But Sherry's just going to go all the way in once it goes golden for both these 2 teams. But True Shot Barrage will not be able to execute. And no, Sherry won't be able to save the day.
And there's only 1 player left. I definitely think they can push this and actually end the game right here. But I think that they're going to play a little bit safer and not try and go for that. Instead, they just want to back off, reset, and come back in. Either way, the death timers from Sherry are actually really uncomfortable for Pandora Infinity, I think. They're kind of in a tough spot because 30 seconds on the death timers means that they can't push out at this point. Or at the same time, you know, they kind of have to wait it out until the Akali's alive again. Trying to make a big play towards the end there, but now, I mean, 10,000 alone, I was surprised that Pandora Infinity were taking even trades in these fights. But I mean, with 15,000, 16,000 gold difference, there's just no way.
Yeah, it's going to be a very uphill battle for the side of Pandora Infinity. Look at the damage coming out from the side of Pantheon. Just focusing on this Amumu right here. Even Redemption going in, Teamy going in with the ultimate at the same time. Skylark tried to buy some time. Glacier Fisher will not be able to dissuade BGM ladies. They won this kill. They won this win. They won the Nexus. Now, with a 5-man charge against 3, I fear for Pandora Infinity. They've fought a very good long fight, but unfortunately, this long fight has to end. The Nexus looking a little bit low. It's going to be Mira activating on top of the character in Rain, but that will be a game over to the side of VGM ladies.
And a strong start to this series, demonstrating the ability to play out mechanically difficult champions and win out some very good team fights. We saw some impressive plays and performances from the VGM ladies. I have to say, Pandora Infinity, their team fighting ability is off the charts. They were amazing in a lot of these ones. Unfortunately, I think their macro might be holding them back a little bit. They weren't able to hit the timings they needed to really get into some of the plays. And especially keeping the Renekton alive, that is definitely a problem they need to keep an eye and watch out for.
Yeah, the Renekton did not pop off as we envisioned, right? Like, I think a Renekton should be able to take this down, this Gragas, with no problems at all. But, you know, these early 2 team fights, the early 2 pickups at the top side just gave so much lead over to the side of VGM ladies. And VGM ladies were like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to snowball even harder. And that's all about it. really agree with you that right there, Pandora Infinity, it feels like they're team fighting at equal value of gold. They can take on a fight even if it's 10k and yet still walk out even. That demands a lot of mad respect coming up from me.
Yeah, it felt like a seesaw when I watched these team fights. You know, you get the you block the tidal wave, then you get the Amumu ult, but at the same time the bubble comes in, it's like on 4 people, and I'm just like mind blown. It's like, what's happening? Both sides are so crazy here.
Yes, and you know, on top of your seesaw analogy, it feels like, you know, from afar you see both these two teams equal, but you know, you got Pandora Infinity with the clear deficit, the clear manpower deficit, and yet it's still balanced, and it just boggles the mind, it just boggles the physics of all that seesaw. But kudos over to Pandora Infinity for lasting this long against VGM ladies. Don't forget, VGM ladies, top 4 female teams in Vietnam, still hold a ball in terms of these team fighting, and yeah, macro gotta be something that Pandora Infinity has to look out for in game number 2. Speaking of game number 2, we're gonna go into a short break. Don't go away. Not the games coming at you when we come back.
Your time threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. It's my time, watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. Adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the FSL Wild Rift Open, brought to you by FSL and supported by Intel and Yahoo. My name is Jayz. Joining me right here is, I'm not going to even try that again, Grandon. And this is playoffs day number 1. We are currently in the middle of a series between VGM Ladies and Pandora Infinity. Unfortunately, VGM Ladies took one. I'm secretly rooting for Pandora Infinity. I feel like they've got like tremendous potential that they haven't unlocked yet.
You just want to see more Kali. I'm pretty sure it's...
Don't call me out like this.
No, I'm absolutely going to call you out like that because we saw an amazing performance from the Akali, actually.
Yeah.
Right? Actually, I feel like the Akali was one of the main reasons why they were able to hold on as long as they did. Really behind in gold for a lot of the match, but somehow they brought in almost 20 minutes, which is pretty long, right? So going a pretty good distance, the Akali held them in. I felt like Ezra was a nice pickup. Ultimately, I felt like the thing that really cost them the loss at the end of it all was the fact that the top lane just faced too much pressure. The Baron lane started to crumble. We started to see a lot of effective roaming being done by the Gragas, having that front line being able to work effectively with the Pantheon and stuff like that. And overall, so it just kind of played out well for them. I think the Rift Tower fight early on as well, playing against the Pantheon on blue side, you have to be very careful not to go into the Rift Tower pit and get kind of sandwiched in between the Pantheon all and the rest of the team.
Yeah, but you can also say that while VGM has to be VGM does have like a lot of good picks. Not say good picks, but good tool set that they could do if Pandora Infinity were to walk into the pit, the Baron pit, where they have limited mobility. Same could be said over to the side of VGM Ladies, right? Pandora Infinity, you can definitely feel like Amumu has been trying to go into the pit once again to try to steal with the the bandage shots and the ultimate as well. So I think that could also be a threat over to the side of VGM Ladies, especially in game number 1. However, with that said though, we'll need to go and take a look at game number 2 in terms of the draft. Pandora Infinity, I feel like they know how to play these low econ champions, and they could actually potentially do the same.
The thing is that was really interesting was the fact that the teams have switched sides. I understand the value of blue side, so having that advantage, being able to first pick stuff, and the fact that they go for the Orianna first pick out of everything else just screams team fight composition for me. We want to go for the Orianna, we want to go for stuff like the Wukong, we want to go for like the Galio, things that can help set them up for these big team fights, which makes sense to me. The Amumu had so much impact, the way they were able to hit a lot of their ultimates. There's such a good team fighting team. It makes sense to me why Pandora's would want to continue that trend, and the Orianna is the first step down that line. But as a result of that, they've left up options like the Jayz, like the set, and the set will go to VGM Ladies.
Yeah, once again, you're giving like VGM Ladies a very strong Baron laner. Again, we saw that in game number 1. Once the Baron laner of VGM Ladies get ahead, just snowball out of control, and because of that, it just costed Pandora Infinity the game. However, looking at what they have right now, you talk about team fighting composition. The Seraphine gets locked in by the side of Pandora Infinity. Yes, it's just all about this low econ. I would say they're still sticking to their theme, their style of low econ, engages with big ultimates, try to lock person down, and then just snowball out of control.
They grabbed the Javan here in this case, so actually taking away from the Wukong opportunity. I actually didn't like Wukong that much at the start when it was first released with Wild Rift. A lot of teams were playing it, I felt like it didn't have that much impact. Same could be said about Vi. Now Javan actually it does fit very well with the composition, but I actually felt like Wukong could have done decently, especially if they were willing to go for something like the Yasuo down the line as well. Instead, we also see VGM Ladies, they get that grab the Diana, which does really well for that counter engage, the response against the opponents trying to dive in and jump against them. I do think they need a little bit of disengage because you can't just always be running in. You need some way to build space, otherwise you're going to get squished.
Yeah, and speak about getting away from the side of VGM Ladies, right? I think the Nami comes in here very well for the side of VGM Ladies, especially when they first picked it right off the bat. And don't forget, Set, could use the ultimate to just single out one person and just slam it down to another people's face right in the ground, basically it's almost like a pick potential coming out from this set. So it's really respectful how VGM Ladies is actually drafting this. But let's take a look at the bans. It is going to be Jayz and the Garen taken off the board. Both of these two teams VGM Ladies has already picked up their own barrel laner. Pandora Infinity doesn't really have, so they're not afraid of Pandora's Infinity's Renekton once again. So I think they're just gonna purposely leave it open.
Yeah, because there's still so many options available, right? So you don't really want to kind of tunnel yourself in there. I think Jayz is a must ban, and then the second ban could have been really anything. I think that Garen could do decently, especially because you have a number of champions that maybe want to dive in, have some critical spells that silence could really impact the way the fight plays out. So quite nice to get rid of something like that, and then now they get to focus on what they want to try and go for. And the Kai'Sa is continuing in line with what they want to go for so far. But again, like I said, I think they really need some way to build some space for them, because now it just looks like two teams ready to crash in head first into each other. It's like two rams wanting to like headbutt and find it out directly. I think one of these teams has to kind of give way a little bit, you know, play it out a little bit smarter, and because then you get to have more leeway to make interesting decisions as opposed to constantly having to just keep fighting and fighting.
Yeah, it's basically going on a space mission without a parachute, right? You're just gonna go shoot all the way in, right into the mission, but there's no safety net. There's no there's no option to back away. It's basically also like, you know, you try to fight a war on another side of the continent, but you burn off the boats that you used to travel all the way. There's no going back. It's all going to go all front. Both these two teams just gonna zero in this team fights whenever it clashes out.
All right, here we go. I mean, they rounded off with the Nunu. I think that is the clear definition of VGM Ladies saying, yes, you team fight, but me team fight good, me team fight better. I'm gonna take a club and I'm gonna bonk you on the head with it. You know, we don't need strategy. If we play the game better than you do, we will win the game. And I can, honestly, I respect that call. But I think we're in for a bloodbath. Both these two teams have such a high margin for error. Anything could happen. But because of that, one team can make a mistake, another team can make another mistake, and can go back and forth. So the fights could be a lot closer than we initially expected.
Yeah, and I don't know why whenever you mentioned about the club, and then the way you say it, it reminds me of the Trundle pick, but I was like looking, wait, that's not a Trundle, that's a Nunu. But I totally have to agree with you. It feels like VGM Ladies, if they really want to take the team fight, I could just, you know, set up the zone that everyone has to back away. But at the same time, as long as the Seraphine lands on the Encore, the Orianna lands on the Shockwave, I feel like they could easily try to play around it. But like I said, there's so many room for error. Everything and anything could go wrong, and there's no safety net. They have no way out right now. They're just gonna bash it all in. And speak about bashing, we're going to game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. VGM Ladies in the red this time round. Pandora Infinity a little bit playing from behind in game number 1. They have this one more game to prove themselves against VGM Ladies.
One more game to tie it up. We already had a full BO3 for the first game of the day, for the first series of the day. Who's to say we can't have more? That we all get to stay in late. Producer, OB, all of us together. I love that camaraderie. Same could be said about these teams, right? Because a lot of this also comes down to the fact that VGM Ladies and Pandora Infinity all have experience on an international esports level. And so now playing into the Wild Rift Open for the FSL, I think it's a good training ground to continue and refine those skills. So with the matchups that we're seeing now, you know, a lot of the meta picks, with the playstyle that they're trying to play for, I think that there is some level of strategic planning to also not show too much of your hand before the competition really kicks off underway.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about matchups earlier on, Grandon. Something interesting is the fact that I would expect the Seraphine to go all the way to the bottom lane, the Orianna going onto the mid lane, but ooh, and it's so what, taking a bit of the damage right here, the burn, the shields coming out clutch, coming in from the side of VGA Ladies will be able to allow this Diana to fight another day.
Just a single tick away. I think that shield is super clutch for the barrier, then grabs the fruit in time, but still a lot of pressure. I mean, Seraphine mid lane has fallen off in popularity for a while now, and because of how vulnerable it can be to a lot of things. That's why you permaban set, man.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? It's gonna be another replay of game number 1. Pandora Infinity had a weaker Baron lane, and VGM Ladies just gonna just hammer in. It's basically applying so much pressure onto a wound that the wound actually reopens again. That's basically what VGM Ladies is trying to do against Pandora Infinity.
And then they get to walk back into the mid side, and you see what happens. Like I was telling you, Sherry doesn't have a good any good spells to back off against the Nunu because you use a lot of your damage. Okay.
Okay, they picked up one. Roxanne will be able to just push the ball all the way to Timmy and just snipe in all the way down. But here comes Nunu with the bigger ball, looking for the Orianna. Will not be able to find him. Backing away off is the bottom lane of Pandora Infinity.
That should not happen. There should be no world where Timmy dies there. Unfortunately, that did in fact happen. So when some kind of like really whack alternate timeline, we need like the Infinity Stone so that we can like change it back. We need to get back into like the proper timeline here because there's something clearly amiss here. But we saw what happened, right? Sherry is so vulnerable and susceptible to any form of gank pressure coming through, whether that's going to be from the Nunu, whether that's going to be from the Nami. It just needs BGM Ladies to walk over and apply that pressure, where Skylark is going to be a little bit lost. There isn't going to be as much that can be done for this Alistar, so you see what happens. They need to back off, try and bump them away, but still going down without that flash, there's no chance of surviving.
Yeah, and I really respect what Pandora Infinity is trying to do. They're using Skylark to kind of like, kind of ward and try to make sure that VGM Ladies doesn't walk up to the mid lane to surprise Sherry. But, giving up Skylark right there and then, it's not going to do Pandora Infinity very well.
It's definitely not. And the fact is that Skylark is continuing to not scale and is stuck at 1500 gold only has that Gargoyle Stoneplate, which admittedly will make him quite tanky for the dragon fight. But I think they just hit level 4. I don't think there's enough time to grab the EXP to hit 5 so they can have that ultimate, the Unchained, the Unbreakable Will, to really be able to have good impact in a fight and soak up pressure. When Tsunami brings so much to the table, right? You have the tidal wave, the bubbles, the consistent healing, plus you have the redemption. So it just stacks up so much more. And the side of BGM Ladies is effectively playing a 4v5 for whichever objective they want to play for.
Yep. Speaking about objectives, yeah, just spawn all the way, and Skylark barely hits. Okay, just in time, it's like the last person through the gate will be able to secure the level 5 for herself, picking up that crucial ultimate, and now at least it looks like more of a 5v5 right now. Both these two teams just duking it out at the river side right now. VGM Ladies will be able to secure the Rifts. Scuttler for now provide some vision, but VGM Ladies is constantly pushing Pandora Infinity away. There's no way that Pandora Infinity will be able to walk into that river.
They've just been shut down, so they're going back towards their turret instead. I think that's a good play. The waves are pretty much in frozen states, but I do think that VGM Ladies should see the waves push towards their side, given enough time. So for now, it's actually going decently for Pandora Infinity if they can stall out long enough that the waves end up crashing, and this puts some pressure on VGM.
Yeah, it's like the invisible pressure of putting down the minion waves. Yes, VGM Ladies could take all the Dragon initiative, but look, take a look. Pandora Infinity has been constantly poking using Sherry, and now look at that. Dioma and as well as Mira, half health, they cannot commit. Pandora Infinity, yes, they are hiding behind the turret right now, but they managed to poke VGM Ladies back off.
They've waited pretty long at this point, so it's actually given enough time for Skylark to grab her ultimate, so the Alistar is able to soak up more and have more impact in these fights. This also gives them a chance to deliver the Orianna Shockwave along with the Alistar into the backlines. I mean, things are just looking so much better for VGM for Pandora Infinity now, because the VGM Ladies have kind of stalled things out. And you see what happens, sets had gone back to the barrel lane to clear out that wave. Like I mentioned, it started to crash towards VGM, and so they needed to respond to that first.
Yep, and now once again, Pandora Infinity has the Dragon initiative right now. There's going to be a Noodle sending the snowball over to the Drake. Will not be able to connect to anyone from the side of Pandora Infinity. VGM Ladies, the set rotating all the way down. Both these two teams looking at this Cloud Drake like they really wanted, but both these two teams not going to just trade the Rift Herald away. They're not
flank coming in,
but the flank coming in is going to be a set using the ultimate. The stun coming in, Jarvan jumping all the way. It's a massacre happening for the side of VGM Ladies, looking at all these long-range poke from the side of Pandora Infinity. VGM Ladies allow Pandora Infinity to get all these damage, and once again, Sherry coming in with the Seraphine, looking for more right there, but Duma, just how does that work? Like you try to pull someone from across the wall and I don't know how physics work in Set, but Set got that kill.
I mean, yeah, he gets the kill, but oh my goodness, I mean, that fight was insane.
Yeah.
Two teams with a bunch of 5-man ultimates. It just goes both ways, right? Amazing Shockwave, amazing Cataclysm, but on the opposite end, amazing Moonfall, and the fight is like flying between both teams, and it seemed like VGM ladies maybe narrowly pulled up ahead there. I don't even know. Both sides kind of just took an even trade at that point, but VGM ladies have the gold advantage to begin with anyway, so they get to continue holding onto that lead. They're also going to trade Rift Tarot for Dragon now, because I think that fight kind of deterred them. You know, it's not worth it going for the same thing over and over again. It seemed to start off well, right? They get the flank angle off, but then Seraphine ultimately kind of stops them in their tracks, and there was no good chance to engage again for VGM.
Yep, no chance to engage as well. Both these two teams, like, you know what? We've been staring at each other, pointing a gun at each other for this long, and then you know what? They just decide to turn around and focus on you take the Rift Herald, I'll take the Drake. But if it's gonna be VGM Lady securing the first turret once again, getting more gold, and Set coming in with the ultimate, it is going to be the jungler from the side of Pandora Infinity getting Chung all the way down low. Absolute zero just to finish the job. But this Set is unstoppable right now. This underground mafia boss just standing stun after stun against Pandora Infinity, unable to stop. But nice shockwave coming out in the encore, securing 2-3 members. In fact, perfect ultimates coming out from Pandora Infinity, but the flank coming in for the Set, and it's so what will be causing some mayhem at the backside. And now, it's so good when, you know, Pandora Infinity gets to pull all this off, but BGM ladies, they respond with nice flanks after nice flanks.
Yeah, beautiful flanks coming through. Tuma did an amazing job. I don't even get how the Set can be that tanky. She soaked up so much damage. And another thing was, because when you're channeling the Haymaker, you're not movable. So the charm was blocked for the most part. If Tuma walked closer towards them, she would have died. She needed to get away from them as quickly as possible and maintain as much of distance as she could. The fact that she timed the Haymaker to dodge the charm from being able to pull her in just did so much work for them. I mean, so many things are happening in these fights, and both sides playing them out so well.
Yeah, so many big brains calculation right there coming out from both these two teams. You gotta admit, Sherry has been, you know, putting up so much damage against VGM ladies, so much AoE damage as well. And in fact, you know, Orianna as well, just dishing out the amount of damage that makes sure that, you know, Pandora Infinity stays alive in these team fights. But nice Jarvan ultimate wall, but will not be able to block Tuma from this target, and now got to be bashing all the way into the face of Jarvan. But KALLYX is here as well, try to equalize that. Finally, Pandora Infinity takes care of Set at the bottom lane.
But they still lose Roxanne at the end of it, and they had to commit 3 players to try and get that done. This has given space to VGM ladies. Look at the vision line that they have, top side of the map entirely within their control. They're gonna know exactly the rotations that Infinity tries to make, and this makes things so much easier for them, because as the dragon starts to come up again, they get to rotate over, they get to establish control, and because they have priority towards that side of the map, they get to start getting control elsewhere.
Yeah, and you can see how Pandora Infinity, yes, they're playing on the back foot once again, but VGM ladies still slamming them to the ground, yes, again, but in game number 1, but Pandora Infinity, they're not gonna stop. They're not gonna stop in this face of danger. They're just gonna push it all the way through, regardless.
VGM ladies now get a pretty good time again in lockdown matchups. The individual matchups, you see the Set should be able to take down the Renekton quite easily. A number of items ahead of the Renekton at this point. Nefapito is going to have a difficult time. Tuma just has a great matchup against her. We saw something similar happen. The Gragas got ahead, and then the Renekton, and it just seemed like Nefapito didn't have a good time. Now it's the Set, which is arguably even worse.
Yeah.
Get a shove out mid lane, and yeah, it feels easier for VGM ladies than it did last game.
Yeah, it may be, but now the turret of Pandora Infinity on the mid lane will be fallen. Dioma looking to try to slam people right into the wall, but it would not be able to connect. No stuns coming out. Had that be a stun, there'll be one member going into the pockets of VGM ladies once again. But now they are trying to secure Dragon dominance right now. In fact, map dominance all throughout the map. All these fights has been happening on Pandora Infinity's side as well. And it's not a very good situation for Pandora Infinity to be in.
It's not a good position at all, right? Because they're just allowing VGM ladies to take control, and you see that moving over reactively, knowing that there's a chance that the dragon will be taken away, and they're trying to maybe hold out against that. But it's so easy for VGM ladies to win a team fight if they want to play in this position. Nami's trying to run over now, picking towards the team, saying, "Hey guys, wait for me, I'm coming." And there's so much that happens once the Nami's in that fight. Whereas on the side of Infinity, you know, even with a player advantage, they still aren't able to get that much done. Now with the Diana moving over as well, you know, they at least have a little bit more time, but it's really just going to be a bit of a song and dance. Neither team really able to start up this dragon, but VGM ladies definitely are the ones to get the first pick if they want to, compared to Infinity.
Yeah, I think, you know, Infinity, they really cannot afford this, right? If you were Infinity, Brandon, do they just sit here and wait for the dragon or try to steal it all the way? Because, in fact, that's what they're going to try to do. In fact, Infinity stole the dragon away from VGM ladies. That's a mistake they could not afford to make, even though, you know, Infinity will be able to steal that away. The damage coming off of BGM Lady is still astonishing, clearing 3 members from the side of Pandora Infinity, and now Skylark, he can't do anything against BGM Ladies.
Yeah, I think if you asked me what they should have done, I probably would have said take the fight, but we see what happens when you do take the fight. That's the problem with the composition that they've drafted. They've drafted themselves into a hole. Right, they needed to offer themselves more flexibility in what needed to be done. Like we mentioned earlier, these are two teams headbutting each other directly, and BGM Ladies, they have the bigger horns, they are prepared to take the fight, and they smash through their opposition. And Pandora Infinity are starting to crumble under their pressure a little bit, you know, too many blows to the head, and leaves anybody concussed. So we start to see a very clear result of having compositions that just don't have enough flexibility, because once you start losing in your own win condition, you just don't have much more you can do.
Yeah, I feel like Infinity just lose out the win condition, especially with Renekton in the early part of the stage, but it's going to be Skylark charging in once again. Redemption going in for the side of VGM Ladies to no avail. Both these two teams touch and go as Tuma just dashing in at the bottom lane because Pandora Infinity is just focusing on the top side.
Yeah, look at this. 3 items compared to like the 1.5 on the Renekton. Yeah, still needs some time before they can even combine it. 4,000 difference, that's a pretty substantial amount of gold, and it mostly being on the set is just very nice for them.
Yeah, it's all up to the fact that whether Pandora Infinity will be able to pull off these low-key team fights. Right now, it's going to be a very weird team fight. I agree with you as Teamy sends the tidal wave once again. Bubbles 2-3 members right in the end of the sky. Pandora Infinity gets deleted off the map at the top side.
Why were they fighting that? 3 versus 2, I don't even think they win. They don't have the damage. They're playing tank champions. The closest they have is maybe the... I get it, Java and Renekton, but look at what you have. It's Black Cleaver first item, Blade of the Rune King, but your Renekton is so far behind. And you have to remember, the Diana has a Crystal Reflector. You're so tanky against physical damage. It's just strange to me. I think that call is the beginning of the end. I think Pandora's Infinity unable to keep up with the strain of it all, and they're starting to buckle under the pressure, making some low effective plays, right? Compared to what they have been making, especially in Game 1, when they had those amazing finds this time around, it just seems a bit too desperate.
Yeah, I think Pandora Infinity in the desperation zone, trying to get out that hole that they've drafted themselves all the way in. In fact, I agree with you. Though that's a 3v5 at the top. The main damage dealers of Pandora Infinity is nowhere to be seen at the top side, yet they still decides to commit all the way in. So it's gonna be very tough, especially if VGM Ladies already has the Baron buff, which is practically given to them from Pandora Infinity for absolutely free. They have all the map dominance once again, and Pandora Infinity just could not breathe.
I mean, the good part, I guess, is that a lot of the turrets are still up, so I think in this case, VGM Ladies probably won't be able to get all of the turrets, probably only 1 or 2 lanes, and even then, maybe only 1 inhibitor, right? Like, that's best case scenario, and then Pandora Infinity just need to stall out the game long enough for them to once again have team fighting potential, but now it's not the time. Now is not the chance for them to. They just have to focus on clearing out the waves. Stepping up like this is just not an effective strategy. You can see what's happening now. The Javan can't even effectively clear it out by themselves. They needed to rotate earlier because now Mira continues to tap away that turret. You know, it's an easy position for VGM to play from.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, VGM Ladies, they're just trying to zone off Pandora Infinity away. Just right out of arm's length, right out of arm's reach. As long as, you know, these minions, take a look, it takes so much time. I agree with you. Pandora Infinity is taking way too long to try, but nice knockup coming in, a bit of a block going in as well. The ultimate coming up from the set will be able to jump the members of Pandora Infinity all the way in. Absolute Zero activated once again. It is going to be a massacre happening around at that choke point. Pandora Infinity, that's not a team fight that they want to commit, and they would lose one. But at least they traded for that Kai'Sa.
They actually also get the Diana towards the end of that because I think Diana was stuck on the turret, so Ennis goes down. But like we mentioned, I do believe that is going to be that one inhibitor. They didn't manage to get a second one, so pretty much in line with what we expected. They can only really get so much done. So best case scenario, I think, minus the fact that it was the mid lane turret.
Yeah, minus the fact that the mid lane turret Skylark taking a lot of damage. That's very good. But now it is going to be VGM ladies running for their lives. Hyoma looking a little bit low. Just one more love tap would do, but would not have enough range. And now they rotate over to the Fire Drake.
Infernal Elder Drake and 40 seconds left in the jungler. This is the perfect time for Pandora Infinity to try and play for this, but we already start to see the teleports coming in and a lot of the ultimates available. They're looking for the re-engage.
They're looking for the re-engage as well. The Haymaker's shield is actually keeping sure set is actually relevant. In fact, 1-2 punches right underneath on top of Infinity. They're really well concussed, and now they lost 2 of their main damage dealers, and now VGM ladies secure the Infernal Drake initiative.
Yeah, you can't do the Drake with the jungler on the enemy team still up and your jungler still dead, so they need to back away from this. In fact, they don't actually have to do this. It could help them win out the game for sure, right? Nobody's going to down the Elder Infernal Drake of all things, but it's an unnecessary risk. You're already so far ahead. You can escort the waves in. You can play towards the Baron, you know, and every second that dragon is still alive, Pandora Infinity kind of has to go and make sure that the enemy team is not taking it, right? They have to make sure that VGM isn't just starting this one out, see what happens, right? If they even have the slightest inkling that they might be doing the dragon right now, they need to go back over, put position for it, and this is going to mean that Pandora Infinity run themselves a risk of losing another fight.
Oh, speaking about losing another fight, this is the do or die desperation coming out. If Pandora Infinity will be able to secure this, it's just one fight away. But no, the Jarvan coming out from Pandora Infinity is down. This is not a fight that they should commit for, especially Roxanne and Sherry is not in the position as well. Even though Nefepito is actually alive at the particular time. That's such a lost opportunity coming up from Pandora Infinity.
Yeah, they actually get to go towards the Baron again now because they got those 2 kills. The jungler is dead, so there's really no risk of it being stolen at all. I don't know what else to say right now, Jayz. It just seems like VGM ladies, they've basically done all the things they needed to do, right? We talk about win conditions, talk about their play style, having to run into the enemy faces while all the boxes have been checked at this point. Slams the opponent into the wall. I mean, it's just, she's full on gaming. She doesn't care anymore.
Yeah, this set basically VGM ladies. You can imagine there's a grocery list of things that they need to buy to bake a cake, right? They've checked everything. In fact, they're now just working on the decorative parts. They just need to end up this game. They have the rare buff in their pocket as well, and they just need to push it all the way in. It is going to be Mira trying to zone the members of Pandora Infinity all the way out. No matter how these tankiness of these 2 members are trying to push VGM ladies away, the damage coming in, giving the Quadra at the same time. Oh my goodness, GG over the side of VGM ladies.
Missed a chance for a Penta. We could have seen a Penta today, but that's okay. VGM ladies will clutch out the 2-0 win. We said in the pick and ban phase, these 2 teams could have done it in so many different ways. They could have drafted differently. They could have played out for more disengaged, could have played out for more side lane pressure. They said, nope, we don't need that. We will win the team fights. And amazing team fights they were. They're so good mechanically. They were able to hit so many of their critical spells. Their positioning, and overall, just such an impressive showing for these 2 teams.
Yeah, I agree, but I would say game number 1 coming off from Pandora Infinity though. Yes, I know VGM Ladies was the one who won the series, but kudos over the side of Pandora Infinity for making this far. In fact, going up, fighting that 10, even though it's 10k gold deficit, they can still fight an equal footing. It took them like 20k gold deficit before the foundation they start to build upon it starts to buckle. But I agree, the draft from Infinity really, really tough to fight against VGM ladies. If VGM ladies got ahead, well, they did get ahead with the set. That's it. It's really tough for Pandora Infinity, but good job over the side of the Vietnamese team as well.
Good sign from both teams. It's a good sign from us to see that the level of gameplay from these teams, we're starting to see a little difference in some of the regional metas. You know, it's a little bit of focus towards stuff like the set, you know, leaving that up and understanding why we always ban that line away. It's such an effective pickup, and it does so well in so many different matchups. And the Renekton pickup, safe, it's always going to be pretty usable in almost every single matchup, but then you have to wonder, like, is this actually going to be the pick that we want to kind of fit our team composition? We see a lot of that in the Vietnamese region. They love the Renekton, almost exclusively played that, I think, back in like the C champs, which was a few patches ago for sure, but 90% pick rate on the Renekton is something that it's such a heavily favored pick, but it's not always the right answer.
Yep, and speaking of this, we gotta go into a short break. Don't go away yet because we still have a series cup up in our pockets. It's gonna be Revive Me, Vin, Jihaz going up against Team Yakult. And with that said, we'll go back to you after this break.
On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Watch me build another life, find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind, hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. Adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spot yeah. You had me falling fast. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Got double vision. I get lost in your eyes every time. Intoxicated by you, yeah. It's electric. Intoxicate me like you do, yeah. Like you do. It's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. It's electric. You spark like chemical reactions. It's electric. Your aura strikes like lightning. It's electric. No, I ain't got a chance. I got no words, no words. It's electric. Need you and your heart next to mine. It's electric.
Let me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the FSL Wild Rift Open Playoffs Day number 1. Yep, we have day number 2 tomorrow, so do also catch us then for tomorrow as well. I mean, thus far we've seen, very cool game, very cool series from NSL going up against Space Gamer KALLYX with a 2-1 series. VGM Ladies 2-0 against Pandora Infinity, and now we'll be watching Revive Me Vince Jihaz going up against Team Yakult, and you're joining me here, Jayz, and also Gamernissem.
Okay, you got it.
I was thinking organism. That's how I can pull that off.
Organism. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah,
we're looking forward to see how these ones play out. Tomorrow we get one more BO3 and then a best of 5 to wrap it all up. For now, we have the last BO3 of the day between these two teams. And the first thing that's kind of caught my attention right off the bat is that Revive chose red side. They won the coin toss and decide to play on the red team, which is interesting to me because I think a lot of the current meta has been requiring you to play towards the blue side. Blue side means you get to choose and dictate what the bans are going to be like. You get that first pick, that's so important, first pick. Instead, they want 2 picks to kind of make up for that and get more power for themselves as well right off the bat.
Yeah, I really like, I had this like small little debates with some of my friends, right? Is the first pick worth it? But if you go for the second pick, right, you get the pick two. And these two could pair up very, very well depending on kind of strategy. Because if you go for first pick, you review way too much, you put too much cats out of the bag, that sort of idea. So I can kind of see the logic behind, them going for two picks right off the bat, but we gotta see what they have in store for us if the draft is coming up very, very soon. And every time when I say it, it just comes out. Thank you very much.
Oh my goodness, such names, incredible. You're gonna have to put in some legwork here.
What, Barcode?
Barcode, yeah, we have Barcode, Genie Eek, Bunsi.
You studied Korean, so you have to say that.
Oh, fair enough. Well, they actually do the romanization, like translation for us, so we really know what they are. It's just the barcode and the Chinese name, I guess. You know what? First things first, they already banned out a couple of interesting things. I mean, the Ziggs makes perfect sense. The Vayne is a bit surprising to me, especially because the Vayne has received a bit of a nerf going to this one. It might be a specific target ban against the opponent. I haven't been able to quite research into Revive, so I'm not quite sure if that's going to be the case. Instead, going for that Lucian first gives them a lot of power, especially if they want to try and play for something like the Braum afterwards as well. We saw this very popularized, especially by the Korean teams, right? Roaster Y like to play it a lot, so maybe this is a chance for them to try and execute something along a similar branch, but this has opened up the Galio set straight off for Revive.
Yep, I mean, if you think about this logic right here, right, Grandon, you pick blue, you pick one OP pick, but for Revive, they're like, you know what, I go second pick. Yes, I can give one pick over to the other side, but I get two OP picks. I think Galio and Set is going to do an amazing job going into against Jakob, but I like the response coming out from Team Jakob as well. All of the Ragnarok is going to be very, very important if you're going to march into and fight inside Galio's heroic entrance.
Sure, it actually does really well against both the Galio ult and the Set ultimate. In fact, it does really well against Camille too, so it's actually just like a win-win-win against all. The fact that Lulu has got across, Lulu has been a pretty consistent ban for a number of these teams, so they actually get to have the Lulu and play to boost up that Lucian. Depending on what they try and go for now, Revive actually have a number of options to try and maybe take this one down, because I like that they doubled down with Camille. You can't only just have Galio diving in back, right? That's not going to be enough of a threat. You get easily countered by the Polymorph, but now with multiple things jumping that Lucian, the Polymorph only can get one. It's not going to be enough to stop them.
Yeah, I feel like we had this conversation, right? The Lulu and the Amumu, right? Do you want to polymorph one person, or do you want to polymorph? You want to stun down the whole entire team? But you can see the synergy coming out from this Lulu going up against Ragnarok. Ragnarok is just gonna Ragnarok. Olaf is gonna go in and Olaf smash, and then with the overgrowth, he's gonna allow this Olaf just bounce all the way up. But let's take a look at the bans coming out from Revive Me, Binji, Haas, Akali. Oh yes. Sad for Akali getting banned away, the Orianna getting taken off as well, Yako targeting on the Diana. I think both these two teams just trying to ban away, trying to limit the mid laners right now.
Yeah, because mid lane is like realistically the only other thing still up that needs to be banned away, right? It's gonna be the mid lane and then maybe like the Baron lane for Yakult. So we're gonna see Revive probably try and prioritize something else here. I think the Lux likely isn't gonna go support. Is it gonna be Nami Lux? Because Nami Lux could work. Similar idea as like Nami, as like Lux Seraphine. But personally, I would prefer they just went for something with a little bit of range, the ability to just kind of try and shove things out and try and have a winning matchup there.
Yep, now, Revive Me Jihos will be locking in the Corki instead. It doesn't seem like they're going to go for that double support. Well, AP mages at the bottom side right now. They needs more AD, they need more damaging power, so the Corki will come into play. Now, Renekton coming out from the side of Yako. No surprises right here. Is the one that leaked all the way throughout the picks right now. Renekton with very good kill pressure, but I don't know, going up against a Set though.
Yeah, I mean, you just have all reliable, right? Renekton's gonna always be that pick that you can kind of count towards, be able to play. Pretty unlikely that you're gonna be able to pick it up, especially if the enemy team is gonna prioritize some different Baron laner. So I think you're right to say that you're not sure if this is gonna do well against the Set. I don't think that's the case at all. But it doesn't mean that it's gonna do poorly against the Set, and that might be enough for a win for them. Just being able to survive and hold on against the Set is basically enough for a win for the Renekton, I think.
Yep, and I would say that Set would definitely. I don't know why, like Set leaking all the way in. I feel like Set. I know I focus a lot about Set and Akali these days, but I just like Set in general. Very strong, very powerful, especially when she starts snowballing. Yes, the Renekton is technically like an old reliable for most of these teams, but I still favor the Set, maybe because he's new. But enough said. Looks like we already sub up the drafts already. It's going to be a Twisted Fate going into the mid lane. Like those, I love myself some Twisted Fate, especially with Destiny, right? AOE, I can appear anywhere on the map, and then I can start playing side lanes around the late game part. But I think Revive Me Binji Horse does have Galio to kind of match the rotation from Twisted Fate.
I do think that the blue side draft is quite interesting. I don't quite feel like this is necessarily like the best in slot, but it does offer quite a bit of individual power. Overall, they kind of support each other in quite interesting ways. So you have the Lulu boosting up the Lucian, boosting up the Olaf. They should be able to dive in quite well. But I'm just thinking, like, what obvious target is there going to be for the Olaf to kind of run down? Because for the most part, the targets that are most vulnerable, ones like the Corki, like the Nami, even they have quite a decent opportunity to try and run away. Same feels like for the Galleon.
Yep, and with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into game number 1 between Yakult and Revive Me Vin Jihos for the sake of, name long. So I'm just going to call them Team Revive for now. But it is going to be a 5-man mid. They're just going to bum rush and try to hold on against, Twisted Fate. Because Twisted Fate is not the best of champions, especially in earlier parts of games. Needs to snowball, needs to farm. But the Twisted Fate should be able to get there pretty easily and very, very quickly.
Being able to hit that level 5 mark is really important for the Twisted Fate, but I actually feel like the Twisted Fate pickup here only does a certain amount to kind of manage with what the Galio offers as well, with like that rope potential. But we've already seen a number of options that can do the same thing in slightly different ways, right? So of course the Galio, of course the Twisted Fate, you get the information with the Destiny and everything like that. But I felt like stuff like the Akshan, also offers a similar idea of what they want to try and go for, right? They want to be able to match the push from the Galio, and Akshan has great roaming potential across the map. That was a chance that could have been the case. Instead, they will play into the safer matchup. Twisted Fate, you can never really go wrong with it. So just going for that safe matchup, you're having the wave flick to match up against the Galleon and not get shoved in.
Yeah, a lot of old reliables coming out from Yakult, right? Twisted Fate, in my pocket, is like one of these mid laners that I like to play when I'm just a little bit too lazy. I don't want to play the Akali way too much, so I just go back and just playing Farming Simulator, that sort of idea. But I do love myself some Twisted Fate side pushes and those long range stunts once, the appropriate items get secured. However, top side, not a lot of aggression from both these two teams, just equally slowly, and I don't know which side it will be benefiting. I think both these two teams drafted really well in terms of what they need, all this kind of stuff. But it seems like there's a bit of a scuffle coming in. The hookshot will be able to allow this Camille to jump all the way. Burns the sum this early on from the side of Team Yakult.
Yeah, actually gets to take something away early on because of the way they were able to collapse in on the Camille who was trying to rotate through. So that's one of the benefits of trying to posture towards this side. You saw the Olaf start towards the bottom side, start rotating their way up, whereas the Camille full cleared the top side and tried to pick up the Scuttle Crab. So there's a bit of a trade there, but as a result, the Camille actually loses out on that Scuttle Crab, I believe. So both sides going over the Yakult, giving them a little bit of a gold advantage. I think that's where the bulk of this 300 gold lead's coming from right now. I was actually trying to figure out like what the Renekton's name was. I was like looking at it, I was like, what is this?
I feel like it's like Kalisa, but speaking about that, it's going to be an aggressive flash forward by our Barcode player, giving the first blood over to Yakult, and now this Renekton, this Crocodile is starting to, grow some teeth.
Yeah, it's growing some teeth. And I think, what were you saying? You thought this name is what?
KALLYX, I think. My manager is horrible,
Yeah, it's like Kallistin. But I was like, what is like the end part of it? Because it's like ...
No, I can't read anything after that.
It's like Pei or something like that. And it's like, Kallistin Pei is cute or something like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh,
I feel like we're going through a language class right here in this particular game. Let's pull all the way back into the game for consistency's sake. Let's just go with like the Renekton for now. But both these two Yakult definitely should have the advantage, especially the top lane. The Renekton should scale even better as compared to the set right now because of that first particular kill. But looking at the timers from both these two teams, already hit all their level 5, so they are all equally good going into the neutral objective spawn.
Yeah, so being able to play into like the neutral objectives, I think is going to be quite important because both these team compositions have different ways to play that out, right? So the Olaf's going to be able to run you into the pit quite well, especially boosted by the Lulu and supported by some of the guys like the Twisted Fate and the Lucian, you know, just kind of acting as auxiliary damage. Whereas for Revive, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. They won't be able to get in initially if the Olaf is there, but then they have a lot of follow-up after, right? So like the big ultimates, they slam in with the set, they jump in with the Camille, with the Galio. You know, those opportunities to jump in present themselves, but only if the opponent is already there.
Yeah, and of course Olaf will just go all out smash, ignoring everyone, right? I can totally imagine a scene right now, you know, a Revive sending the tidal wave over and Olaf is like unfazed, and then somehow, you know, Set is channeling the ultimate. Maybe, I'm not too sure whether this works. It's an interesting interaction. Olaf could just tap on the Ragnarok and Set would just let him go in the middle of the flight. I don't know, man.
Yeah, basically that, right? And then actually trying to jump in for the engage there, but he cashed off the Olaf. He's not the best target to go for.
Yeah, it is not the best target to go for, and as well, the first member to go down from the side of Yakut is the Olaf, no jungler anymore, so Yakut has to try to revive me all the way, but Nice Bubble will be able to just put Yakut all the way up. Very low health bars coming out from the side of Revive Me this time, no way to escape. So the chain stun coming out from Jayz is so good.
Look at that, the amount of effort invested to take down the Olaf cost them all their spells, all their abilities, and they let Twisted Fate slip through to the backline, flashing onto Fuyu, taking down the Corki, and then still having the power to continue pressuring them back into lane, then re-engage to catch off. Yakut will come up 4 kills ahead there. Revive only picking up the 1 Olaf.
Yeah, just so much investment all going down to the drain just to try to invest into this Olaf. And Team Revive just going to focus on the Rift Herald instead. Yakut focusing on that Drake. I really like this old reliable team coming out from the side of Yakut, man. Like, I really have a lot of respect for Twisted Fate players. There's so much patience. You need to know when to use engage. And the chain CC coming out from the cold card it's a very low effort point and click stun.
It's a pretty low effort point and click stun, and being able to get this tempo advantage now with this Rift Herald, transferring that aggression into the top side, breaking open that turret. You know, the Renekton is going to have a bit of a tougher time, despite having such reliable utility. You know. And one of the big things that comes with also having the Renekton stun is that you can pair it up very well with a lot of damage. So guys like Lee Sin, KALLYX, stuff like that does really well with Renekton because of how well you're able to play the 2v2 matchup. But when you're playing with the Olaf, you can assist him quite a bit, but the damage is a little different, so it's not as effective in that same way. So you could play it out as a 2v2 matchup, or you could play it as a 1v1 matchup. You know, there's no like clear necessity to do either, which I do enjoy about the flexibility of the draft.
Yeah, it's just, well, speaking about the flexibility of the draft, right? There's just so many stuns coming out from Yakut, Team Yakut. Revive Me, they have to be careful. They cannot get chain CC locked down. Yes, even though you don't get stunned by the Twisted Fate or even the Renekton, right? The Undertow coming out from the Olaf is like a perma slow, and it's so tough to deal with. The Corki is probably forced to burn the package just to dash away. You need very strong and reliable disengaging tool. Hopefully the Nami will be able to use that, and hopefully the Galio will be able to do so.
Destiny used, but not the second charge, and they weren't looking to try and jump back in. The fight could have continued, but they instead see an opportunity to keep pushing the bomb side because they didn't respond fast enough. I say that, but PGSU decides not to keep shoving in that wave. Backs off, rotating somewhere else. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically the power of the Twisted Fate, right? I could just TP to any point on the map, start to force it all the way in, but I feel like the Twisted Fate just walks in, try to land down the ward, which is kind of vital because you don't really have the destiny to escape anymore, just in case if the members of Revive just try to zone all the way in. But that also relieves some pressure elsewhere from the map for the side of Team Yakut. So Yakut playing more of a macro game this time as compared to, you know, Revive Me, trying to look for these clashes instead.
And it makes sense, right? I mean, Revive just have a very easy team fighting composition. They get to jump in on you if you give them that space to do that. Whereas with Yakut, I mean, they get to do the counter engage. They get to walk in on you when you're... So both sides really would enjoy if the enemy team was already in a position and they get to collapse in on them. both want similar things, it's going to be difficult for the teams to get what they want, because you can really only have one team in position first.
Yep, one team to set up the base camp, putting up what the Vivwag, that sort of idea. I think because never built one before in my whole life. But in a sense though, Pijusu, you had the go kart right now, is going to be a stun going in for the Camille. Nowhere to run for the poor little Twist of Fate. Will fall. Nice engage coming out from Revive. They're going to try to continue on top of Chibi. The bubble would not be able to connect, but the damage has been done. Yakult focusing elsewhere on the top side instead.
It is a turret back for that kill, so not the worst thing in the world. Yakult will continue to hold on to an advantage in terms of this. Olaf gets caught out.
Olaf gets caught out as well, and here comes a Crocodile jumping into the midst of the fight. Will be able to rescue the Barcode player as well. Now Lulu jumping in, set with the ultimate, tried to slams the Crocodile all the way into the enemy's face, but he's the one that gets slammed to the ground first.
You see the damage on the piercing light? I'm starting to see why they try to prioritize the first pick Lucian. 3-0, all the kills in his back pocket. There's so much damage. I see it. I see why. That being said, though, let's talk a little bit about itemization, right? Because I don't think they can afford to not run Hourglass. The thing that does catch my attention with PJSU going for that rocket belt means she's so much more vulnerable to being caught out by things like what we just saw, the Camille ultimate, the Galleon ultimate, things like that. And while they did manage to trade back for it, they could have punished them so much more if they had the Hourglass instead of rocket.
Yep, and now the fight ensues once again. Is going to be Fuyu jumping in a little bit awkward right there. Will receive a golden card. That's one of the damage dealers coming up from the Revive that should not be stunned, but yet he will fall as the stun. This is just another game of stuns. Like, I always see someone from Revive trying to engage on top of Yakult. It's always stunned.
I mean, that's how you play League of Legends. That's how you play Wild Rift, right? You have stuns, you have spells, you make sure that the enemy team can't get to your backline. The Corki dies there because look at how the package was used. You dive in all the way into the Raptor side and you try to reposition back your team through the shortest route. The shortest route is not always the safest route, and you got punished for that there. For you, unfortunately, going down means that not only was package not able to find his maximum value, they also end up losing the marksman here, who does want to scale up to keep up with the tempo and the pace with the solution here. Let's see what happens if the Dragon gets started up by Revive.
Yep, and the Revive will be working on this Dragon, looking a little bit of quarter health. Ragnarok will be activated by the Olaf player. The stun doesn't go in. It is going to be a Destiny Key finding some pickoff right here. Heroic entrance would not be able to connect, but it's going to be Yakult securing the Cloud Drake. And look at the damage coming out from Lucian, just chipping, sending members of Revive flying away. Nice bubble there to disengage, but Chibi so fluid. Will be able to dash over the wall, pick up the kill from the side of Revive.
And Yakult comes up ahead once again. Surprise, surprise. Time in, time out. Yakult has been able to play out these matchups very well. Like we mentioned earlier, right? Is it not that the teams that go into position first start playing into the objectives? They're the ones that get squished in and end up losing the fight because they don't necessarily have the space to try and play from. They get put into a corner, and guys like the Olaf just get so much value out of the entire team fight. That fight, I don't think Olaf has that much impact. But I think Olaf was out of the fight. It was everything else but the Olaf.
Yeah, I feel like what Olaf provided against, Revive, Team Revive. Yeah, Revive is the one who sets down the camp, right? They set up all the gun turrets and everything. They're all ready for someone to walk on in. Yakult, that Olaf just like, you know what? I'm not afraid of your turrets. You can try to stun me. You can try to burn all your spells on me because I got the power of Ragnarok. I got the power of the Apocalypse. Just run down to them, and then after, absorbing so much of this, yes, even Olaf's, 036 score. I think the mere presence of Olaf soaking all the utilities from Revive just gave Yakult so much lead in that particular fight.
Going for the Righteous Glory as well instead of something like the Gargoyle Stoneplate, which would make you tankier for sure, but just being by having the Righteous Glory means you're so much more of a threat towards some of these like squishier targets. You have some opportunities to dive in against them, so they have to really watch out for themselves. I had some criticism earlier on and said, who are they really trying to take down, right? Is it going to be the Nami? Is it going to be the Corki? I had a difficult time trying to figure out what that target was going to be because I hadn't expected them to just play damage. If you're going to play damage Olaf, then of course anything is going to be a target, right? You get Black Cleaver, you have Serrated Duck. I mean, what's happening here? You get to shred through everyone. Even the set at this point is a very reasonable target for you to take down.
Yeah, especially when Revive, they're not building any form of armor as well. Only the claws starting to build in for the side of the set. Only starting now. I think it's a little bit too late. And now the Twisted Fate will be chaining out the stun against the Camille using the Hex and Ultimatum. And look at that Olaf just ignoring the damage or the ultimate coming out from Camille, and that's one big ultimate gone. And now the Twisted Fate forced to use the open up Destiny, thinking about running away, but the Lulu coming back in with the Overgrowth, just knocking the members all the way up. So much stun, and the Crocodile and the back line, the Nami gets shredded by this Crocodile.
And that's a full team ace like clockwork, almost 14 minutes in, just as the Baron is up. What do you have it?
Wow.
Yakult will take down Revive, and this gives them the opportunity to try and pick this one up. Not only that, Rift Herald escorted into the mid lane means they are looking at a inhibitor turret picked up. Well, I mean, yeah, it's an inhibitor turret, but it's no inhibitor as well, so they just get super minions constantly spawning into the mid lane. Only 3 turrets left on the side of Revive at this state of the game. But look at what happens here. No smite. The game is so close. At any point, had anyone walked over, they could have stolen that away. We even saw Genie having to flash away to save her life as the Lulu.
Yeah, man, like it's just basically, you walked up into the bus stop and the bus that you're looking for just arrived. That's basically what just happened for the side of Yakult, right?
Sure.
They killed someone.
Whatever
they
you say.
delivered the payload. I don't know. That's basically what I thought about if I were Yakult, right? And then they just walk over, picks up the Baron for free, and not only just that, the Rift Herald timing was like so impeccable, just cracks open the defenses of Revive. But if you are Revive right now, do you focus on picking up this Drake away from Yakult though?
I don't think you can. I don't think there's anything you can do against if they want to pick up this dragon,
Yeah.
right? I mean, you look at Revive right now, they have a lot of issues that they have to overcome first. And we talked a lot earlier in some earlier series about low economy champions. Unfortunately for them, Revive just don't have low economy champions. And I understand why they decided to go for the red side pick, because they play a lot of really strong meta champions. But those meta champions require a lot of economy to make most effective. You see a fight break out again.
Yep, heroic entrance just tried to knock it all the way up, but it is going to be the Crocodile just dishing out the damage, forced to run away. Olaf was the one who fought this time around, taking a little bit too much, but take a look on the other side of the map. It is going to be this Twisted Fate with this one single mission with the Baron buff as well, even using the Rocket Belt, stealing away the Nexus from Revive.
And with that, Yakult will take first blood in this series, the first win so far in this best of 3. Very cool,
Yeah, man.
collected, calm. They knew what needed to be done. They played the Olaf composition. That first pick Lucian turned out a lot better than I thought. I will be the first to admit that I was a naysayer, and it turned out perfectly fine. BJSU going for the Rocket Belt, having a lot of outplay moments, getting distance, being able to dodge away, even in that final Nexus play, right? Dashing towards the back so that she could continue hitting the Nexus. A lot of things that I felt like were risky that were done on Team Yakult, they managed to execute it amazingly well, and they get rewarded for them.
Yeah, I agree with you. Well, I was letting a little bit doubts on Lucian, but I have a big doubt on Twisted Fate. Yes, I sung praises about Twisted Fate earlier just now, but it's a huge gamble. It's either you go big or you go home. And PJ Su is like, she's not really focusing on any of these kills, not focusing on this the members of the enemy champions, but just focusing on objective time and time again. You saw once she picks up the Lich Bane, just big damage against the turrets, rapid fire cannon dropping in at the same time, could stun from a far place away. It's just so annoying to deal with, especially in the mid-game part where the Twisted Fate turns online. And you also admire the timing from the Twisted Fate, right? You saw the hero entrance coming out from Kanako already, and PJ is like, okay, you know what? You activate the global. I'm gonna activate the global. I'm gonna focus on your very wide open nexus. You won't be there in time to actually defend for it. So it's just pure macro play coming out from Yakult.
And I'm looking forward to see what they have installed in this next round. I think Revive can pick sides again, so they get to decide where they want to try and go for. If they want to continue picking up the set Camille combo, it could work, right? The Galio Camille set are able to dive in map. We saw more where it did work against PGSU, but apart from that, they weren't really able to execute to the conditions that they wanted to find that maximum level of proficiency. So I think with that being said, it's kind of up to them to redesign how they want to play out the game. I think blue side might be easier to try and play for if they're able to then grab that first pick and then build the composition around them and force Team Yako to respond to them instead.
Yeah, and with that said, I think we are going to go into a short break right now. It's going to be very interesting on how Revive is going to have to drop a Team Yakult. I feel like they've got the macro game in their books and they're waiting to strike. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into a short break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On the new adventure. Adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm
there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me. Now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. It's my time, watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
Hello folks, were you waiting long for the games to resume? We're about to lose our producer to other video game titles, so we need to make sure that we get this one underway fast and with some high quality action because his mind is already wandering off. I'm Brandon, with me is Jayz. We're taking a look back again at Yako up against our second team, which I have completely revived. And Revive have taken away that first one. Oh, was it Yako has taken away the first one?
It was
taken away
Team
the first
Yako.
one. But
that took
Revive
away
has
the
gone
first
back
one.
to the red side. They're doubling down. They decide we still want to play that. They want to get the double.
You know, at any point of time, Gamernissem, you may just come out like, "Oh, are you interested in getting my? Are you interested in crypto or something?" I feel like that was a sales pitch going in
I was
at any point in time right now.
This close, but you know what? It's okay. We don't need that. We don't need that kind of energy in life. We want to see. I want to see another Galleon steal away Baron with Winds of War. That's all. That's it. You know, I'm sold.
Yep, and with that said, I think we're just waiting for the teams to actually enter the lobby because, you know, Revive Me does have a lot of things to prove, right? Because in game number one, yes, they're doing everything right, but I feel like Team Yako coming in with basically just constantly stunning and just everything that Team Yako did, especially in the early parts of the game where the Renekton was done exceptionally well. So the set wasn't able to scale into the later parts of the game, and then it's just I felt like Revive Me just lost the game from the earlier parts of the game. They allowed the Renekton to scale, then after that Twisted Fate start getting woken up, and just what happens in game number 1.
Easy to play with all reliable. You get the Renekton's going the top lane, you get the Baron lane underway, and suddenly the Scent loses a lot of pressure. You know, pretty gold intensive, pretty gold hungry. When you have the items to hit the Scent, you have an easy time, but when you don't, you start to face off against a number of issues. So we're going into Andras pretty soon, taking a look at this one and how this is going to change up. We actually see very similar bans coming through from Team Yakult. They get rid of, again, that Ziggs, that Vayne, the Nunu, and from Revive, they get rid of the Olaf, Jayz, and Camille.
A bit of a switcheroo happening right now, Grandon. Yakult just in-snap picked the Galio for themselves this time round, even though I feel like, Yakult did a very good job with the Renekton. I think they can allow, Revive to just pick it up for themselves. The Pantheon will get locked in by the side of Revive. It could be a flex pick, could be going to the mid or top or jungle, but now, showing the Katarina card though, definitely going into the mid is eliminated, so Pantheon could still go into the jungle and the top.
Yeah, still a number of options for the Pantheon. So like you mentioned, could go into different lanes at this point. I quite like the Katarina. It actually does pull away a bit from the more traditional meta kind of stuff. But I do feel like there's some level of vulnerability there because Katarina can be quite easily crowd controlled by stuff like the Galio. And now with that Lee Sin, it just continues to exasperate that issue.
Yeah, and there's so many tools that Yakult has secured themselves. Even before the Katarina was revealed, now with the Lee Sin, that kick will be able to just kick away the Katarina when she goes into Death Lotus stance. The Galio could just come in with a hero entrance, try to defend. So there's a lot of tools already secured. So Revive Me, if they really want to pull Katarina off, has to be timed very right.
They actually get to also play for a really strong Baron lane side. If they want to go for something like the Renekton with a point-and-click CC, you have a very easy time with the Lee Sin because you get Renekton stun into Lee Sin kick. It's an almost 100% combo kill onto any Baron laner early on into the game before they start getting their armor items. But the problem with that is that a lot of champions will end up getting armor in that Baron lane in the long term. So like I think Revive have correctly identified, you get rid of the Renekton because you don't want to have to deal with that. But then we still see stuff like the Nami Lulu still available for Yakult, whereas Revive have already locked themselves in for this recount.
Yeah, and you talked about the illusion in game number 1 though, and now they're bringing back a marksman that actually went slightly underneath the radar right now. Tristana getting picked up by the side of Team Yakult. Feels like they really love to pick all this underrated radar. It's like, let's make the under the radar marksman great again, that sort of idea. Yakult banning away the Corki, and Revive Me responded with a ban on that Lulu that was a total pain in game number 1 against Team Revive.
So good call to ban away to Lulu, like we mentioned, right? It has a lot of power afforded towards the stuff, things like the Olaf, things like the Lucian. So interestingly enough, not interestingly enough, it's pretty standardly enough, they get rid of that Lulu. But I am curious if this is going to dictate what happens next, if they're going to go for something like the Nami. They've already gone for that Rakan. Yeah, still, so I think there are not that many options left available that can have a good matchup against something like a Draven Rakan potentially, or whatever else they want to try and play for in the bot side, because there's still Morgana available too if they want.
Yep, I think the Morgana would be absolutely nice, right? You try to stall, try to use the black shield to basically prevent the CCs on top of especially the Katarina that desperately needs to pop off the full Death Lotus. But now they're gonna lock in with a Xin Zhao going into the jungle. This means that Pantheon going to the top side. They're hovering at the KALLYX right now. I was a little bit happy as well because these are the champions that I play myself and they're getting locked in, and I'm pretty excited about it. But it is going to be up to Team Yakult right now, locking in once again the Akali. I shall simp once again in this particular game.
You really enjoy your assassins, huh?
I do. I love assassins.
I think assassins actually have pretty good value in the meta currently as it is, especially paired together with things like the Lee Sin. Have a good chance to really dive in strong. I'm a little bit concerned about how tanky they can potentially get, but I don't think it's as much of an issue because Revive are basically in the same boat, right? You only really have the Rakan and the Galio that are able to act tanky. Lee Sin and Pantheon, similar extent, are going to be like pseudo bruisers. What is going to matter a lot, I think, is how well they get information on what Revive trying to get done. Because if the Katarina is going to be running towards you, you need to know that in advance so you can prepare your crowd control and not overextend and use that.
Is that a Yasuo 80 bot Dragon Lane?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so, but it does pair well with the Rakan, not my favorite. There's not a lot of range at all from the side of Revive. All melee, except, well, technically Pantheon with the spear is a bit of range to with poke, but I don't know. I feel like Team Revive is going to go all in right now.
I think it's gone beyond going all in. They are throwing everything in the kitchen sink at their opponents. They are saying that if we can't kill you, we don't know how we're gonna win. So all our problems are solved if your champions die before our champions die. I guess if that's the case, their composition works, right? You have a number of spells that work in crowd control. Even the Xin Zhao ultimate is a knockback. The Crescent Sweep is a knockback and a knockup technically. So you could get that paired together with the Yasuo, but I'm not sure if that's the most reliable.
Yeah, but I think other than the Yasuo out being into the reason why, you know, Team Revive picked up the Yasuo is like the win wall is definitely going to be annoying for Twisted Fate to land down these cards again and again because of the win wall. And don't forget, Akali relies on the first skill to constantly land down the passive, etc. So I kind of see where they may want to go with this Yasuo. But it's like what you said. I really agree with you. They're just gonna toss all their plates into the kitchen sink. Hopefully, you know, something sticks right now. Whereas on the other hand, Team Yakult, I feel like they have two. No, not say I feel like they have, but they have two global ultimates.
Yeah, they have two global ultimates that are gonna give them a lot of space to rotate around. With that being said, Yakult versus Team Revive. These two teams are looking for that spot later on into the competition. They will face off against NSL. If they manage to win this series. Yakult only one game away, and they are so close to getting that.
Yep, this is the game where they have to. They should be the team favorites this time out, in my opinion. But we shall see whether Revive will be able to just go all in to try to cheese their way with the Yasuo pick and the Crescent, and of course with the Rakan, maybe the Death Lotus. The constant reset should help against Yakult. There's a lot of damage potential there, but it's all about whether Team Revive gets there.
Bunzy's actually going to walk over to the mid lane to get the jump onto PGSU, and the Ignite taking down low, but the counter gang coming through from Barco almost takes down Twisted Fate. Popped back up by the Fruits. We're trying to walk in onto Bunzy, but a little bit too aggressive, but 4 have been summoned by Revive. The commitment in the mid lane to make sure their support is safe.
Yeah, I mean, that Twisted Fate walks all the way in, very ticking down. That Honey Fruit basically just saved Yakult's first blood away from Revive, right? And you gotta admit, Barcode's, well, this Lee Sin's, I don't know, Spider Sense or Lee Sin Sense is tingling, just walks all the way in at the right time, trying to gang in the mid lane to prevent Revive getting that first blood away from Team Yakult.
Look at what happens here. Level 3 to level 1, they have so much more pressure, so much more tempo to get the Skull Crabs. But watch as is going to go top lane. The Xin Zhao goes towards the Baron side. We'll try and trade for the Scuttle Crabs there. I don't think the Akali is going to be able to stop them from trying to get there. I'm quite curious how the Akali versus Pantheon matchup is going to go. I don't think that's one we've seen too much of, so I'm unsure how that one plays out.
Yeah, Akali going up as a Pantheon matchup. I feel like the only way, well, I play a lot of Akali, so I can say this. You just have to constantly proc your first skill, goes into Shadow to try to juke away from the stun, and there's a lot of outplay potential with the Shadows, right? The Pantheon tries to stun in, you saw him jumping over, you just quickly tap onto the Shadow, and then suddenly, you know, the Pantheon will just be a little bit confused. Yes, there's an AoE damage that could spread on top of the Akali, but there's a lot of outplay potential, and it's all about who hits level 5 first.
Okay, Yaku's actually going to get... It's actually going to 3-buff Revive to start this one off. You can see the Xin Zhao walking over now, and they've missed out on the chance to pick up their own blue buff. I'm not sure if the Lee Sin is actually going to walk over at any point in time to pick this one up for themselves. Otherwise, yeah, actually going to recall first before trying to clear out that toss out the jungle. It's surprising to me that Revive didn't actually try and counter jungle there, so loses out a decent amount of golden EXP in the process. It still looks even for now, but there's nothing to farm for Revive side, so the Xin Zhao has to try to pick a force gank.
Yep, and for any, I mean, this force gank could be very beneficial, especially towards the top side once this, the Akali has already hit level 5, right? So ganking on the top side should be very good, because there's a lot of kill potential coming in for the top side already, whereas at the bottom side, though, I feel like members of Team Revive is focusing to try to take down, try to get like the Dragon Initiative instead. You can see this Lee Sin sneaking all the way up right in position, so as looking a little bit half HP. Honey Fruit just to heal all the way up. Spider Sense tingling, they're ready to strike.
They get the kickoff, they get the kickback on the Pantheon, and it's first blood over the Team Yako on a successful execution in the Baron lane.
Successful Baron execution in the Baron lane as this Yasuo just picks up another kill, just absolutely free. The shields come out, but that's not enough.
Well, not quite free because he goes down too, so it's a 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. The response back over from Barcode. Nice dodge away with the Grand Entrance. Rakan gets back to safety, but with the Infernal Drake spawning up in 13 seconds, both teams make their way over, start contesting for this one. Revive actually prioritizing the Rift Herald side could be indication for how they want to view and play this game out.
Yeah, I totally agree, right? They don't really have that pushing power. They don't really have any range. So with the Rift Herald to lead the charge so that they're safely tucked away, let the Rift Herald take the amount of damage. But it's going to be, you know, very good call coming out from Team Revive. Team Yakult focusing on the Infernal Drake. Instead, they will be able to secure that. They just need to push the bottom side quickly to take advantage of the first turret goal.
I think it is kind of... It can be said that the Infernal Drake is the dragon of more value in this circumstance. So they managed to take down the Yasuo. There's so much damage from the residual prompt from the Tristana bomb. They do manage to trade back. First tower goes over to Revive, but at the very least they managed to trade back for a turret. So overall, you know, it's not a huge loss, and they should be able to take down this Rift Tower before it travels over to the charge under the second one, unless it does not. Okay. Actually does, thankfully.
Yeah, it was very clutch. Akali is not really well known to basically to defend from the lane. There's a lot of kill potential of this Akali, yes, but Bunzi jumping on top of this Twisted Fate, nothing to be done. The members of Yako is not ready for any engage, so this is exactly what I was worried about. You want to play the Twisted Fate, yes, just not a lot of mobility until you unlock the Hex Tech Rocket Belt.
I think that could be said for a couple of guys, right? Not just for the Twisted Fate or anything else, like the Galio, the Rakan, maybe even the... I'm thinking maybe even the Akali to some extent. A couple of champions could really benefit from having that Proto Belt, that Rocket Belt. I think the Akali probably could go for like the Hourglass instead, but a few of them do hit a decent spike, and it increases their range tremendously, and changes the way that how they kind of take these fights as well. So we're looking to see when those power spikes happen. The Gallery's already picked up their own, as well as a couple of armor items to deal with some of the damage from the Xinjiang, from the Yasuo, but the Katarina still shred through quite well here.
Yeah, and you know, you started to talk about the items right here. An interesting note is that the Akali went for the Lich Bane first rather than the Gunblade. Usually, I remember what I once said. Akali, once he picks up the Gunblade, will start to mow down everyone. But understandably, because going up against a Pantheon, you need to be slightly more bruisery. In fact, going straight into the Liandry Torment very, very much soon. The Yasuo picks up a Static Shift. That's one of the key items that he needs. And hopefully, you know, this could change this fight right now.
Yes, you isolated from the team, and isolated from the turret has to flash away with the charm and the quickness chasing after this Twisted Fate. He gets the stun card back, trade back for some damage with the help of his turret, but the rest of his team is destroying the base, well, not just the base, the outer tier turrets on the side Revive.
Yeah, very good trade coming out from Yakut as well, but the fight's not over yet though.
They managed to take down the Tristana. Chibi goes down. I think that was just the impact of Suez alone, which is very impressive. So, actually, things are going quite well for Revive here.
Not only just going quite well in terms of the kill lead and the potential. I mean, not just the kill potential, right? It's also about the map dominance they've managed to secure themselves for. Look at the bottom side of Yako, and the top side pretty much open. I mean, Yako did almost the same, but you can start to see like the flanks coming in Yasuo has been beneficial against, you know, immobile champions such as the Twisted Fate. So I feel like Team Yakut has to be very careful going in, especially not to lose anyone getting picked off right there, especially with the dragon spawning very, very soon.
Yeah, nice little pick off, and the fact that they managed to take down the Tristana in the mid lane despite all of that happening just kind of reinforces the fact that Revive are looking much stronger in this position. Curious how they want to play this one out, because now they have to kind of worry about a couple of the more vulnerable members. Stuff like guys like the Twisted Fate, like Tristana, have been consistently on the receiving end of a lot of these ganks. So I think BGSU actually has to consider going for that Rocket Belt or for the Hourglass early on. Can't really wait for the Lich Bane. If she does, it's just so greedy. I could see a game punished a lot here.
Yep, he's gonna double down on actually securing the going towards the Lich Bane right here, but it is gonna be a quick reset coming out from the side of Team Revive. Not much damage done, but a bit of appeal against Team Yakult as the members of Team Revive rotates over to the Drake right now.
They're looking for the dragon. The Cloud Drake is the one that spawns at the same time. Rift Tower on the opposite end of the map. You have to decide which one you want to try and go for. Nice use of the wind becomes lightning and a 3-man knocked up. The return coming across. The Yasuo gets caught, tagged, but a knocked up at the edge of the rapid spin as they jump back in. Akali with damage, but Pantheon responds back with his own. And the strike back from Revive puts health bars blinking red for Yakult.
Very nice knock-up coming out from the side of Team Revive there. That Rakan has been making this draft work. This Yasuo technically acts like a more CC, right? But oh, this Tristana barely made it out alive.
Yeah, that was very greedy staying there. And the fact that they managed to survive from both sides. And the wind wall to block the gold card, I mean, I don't know how to exactly describe that. Both teams played it out greedily. Both teams managed to get out. We actually think I just saw the hourglass completed for GB, so looking to just try and survive where they can. Pantheon ults in with the Grand Skyfall, looking for an opportunity back. The Destiny could give them the angle to jump and wrap back around. The Yasuo has his ultimate, so could pad it together with the Rakan. They dive into the back, steal away the dragon. Response coming through, and the stun, but the wind wall blocks out so much damage coming across, but they sit in line for the wild cards. And the dive back in, the resets from Chibi, getting excited, jumping onto the opponents. Kaneko gets stunned up, hit up, and taken down. But the response from Suez, the Pantheon, will at least trade back to one.
Yeah, the wind wall allowing, you know, Team Revive to fight a little bit more, but Team Yakult with the Lee Sin steal, that was so pivotal for the side of Team Yakult. They had the better micro, and they did execute it really well. And you can tell that, you know, Team Revive only lasted as long as until the wind wall starts to expire. Once the wind wall starts expiring, you know, the wild cards start to go through, the stun cards go through, and Team Revive, they need to start to respect this Twisted Fate. Yes, Team Revive has been bullying the Twisted Fate all the way to oblivion around the early game, but he starts to bite back.
Yeah, that time is over. You've done what you could have. You've bullied them out long enough. Now is that time to play the game. You're trying to jump onto funds, but of course you have that easy escape. Trying to jump back, the crash and strike, as well as the kickback. A little bit discoordinated there, I think, but either way, wouldn't have been able to get that kill.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, the Crescent Strike used to basically disengage. I really have to agree with Team Revive that there's no way that they are ready for any form of fights right now. Yes, you can see the gold lead. 4K, it's not a little bit, not a very big one, but, you know, we've seen teams that held their ground with 10K gold lead deficit. Yakult rotate with this Twisted Fate start to split push a little bit, putting a lot of invisible pressure on the side lanes, and that's basically what happened in game number 1.
Sure, 10,000 gold might be still playable, but oftentimes you're really just waiting and reacting to what your opponent does. You aren't able to take any control of the game anymore. Ideally, Revive don't want to be put in that position. Now they're about halfway to that point, 5,000. But the thing that really matters to me is that they're losing a lot of pressure across the side lanes. Their map is being opened up. The turrets are going down. Their outer turrets all gone. Inner turrets looking to go down soon as well. Gets the kickoff, gets the execute, but he misses the chance for the Sonic Wave and the Resonating Strike combo, but the Galio joins back into the fight. Crescent Strike knocks him back towards his team. But instead, the Katarina still has to play things passively, isn't able to jump back in. The Grand Skyfall to provide support. The full cavalry here as they look to play with the Yasuo. The damage to come across when Chibi jumps in the back line, looking for the resets. The barrier not able to keep them alive enough. Has to go golden, but it's a double kill, but they still end up losing this fight. The Twisted Fate set around it and running away. Akali so far away from this fight.
Yeah, and not only just Akali out of position, right? But you gotta admit and respect the fact that Team Revive, using that wind wall, split the whole fight away from Twisted Fate, just prevents, you know, Twisted Fate to get out of the money shots, but ooh, fights.
Still trying to go back in here. There's a chance it could potentially take someone down, especially with the execute that they have. So as quite tanky, has a lot of damage up against the Akali. Been dealing with this matchup this entire game. The flashback, looking for the 5-point strike. Gets it, but the damage is a little bit too lacking.
Yeah, the damage is a little bit too lacking because I feel like the Twisted Fate is actually backing off. I feel like Yakult, they don't really want that fight, especially this Twisted Fate, right? But then, you know, the greed coming out from this Akali just keeps going on and on. The Killer Instinct coming in kind of deafens you, kind of like gives you that fake tunnel vision.
moving in off at least in here. Not sure stepping up like that was the right decision. They actually lose their jungler right before the dragon spawns. A little bit problematic. They definitely want to get back into this one quickly. It would be nice to get the Omni Vamp from this break.
Yeah, the Omni Bam will be very helpful, especially for the Akali, right? And also, technically, the Twisted Fate could benefit from that because of the burst damage, but oh, is it Chibi getting caught out?
Looking to take down Tristana here to get the Chomp off, and that's the priority target gone. No Guardian Angel, no chance to keep that one alive to get the Chomp back onto the Akali. Ashe tries to dive in with the perfect execution. Flashback in for the Katarina. The Assassin versus Assassin matchup will go in the favor of the Katarina with the final bouncy blades at the end there. No damage left available. None for this team. Yako tries to teleport back in to get the Lee Sin into this fight. Trying to jump back in with the Sonic Wave, but they have the whole team of Revive collapsing, clumped up together, and it's too much for Yako to overcome.
Yeah, taking those key Chibi actually walked in a really awkward spot, getting called out. So very nice catch by the side of Team Revive. Yes, Team Yako was able to kind of stall the Drake away because of the mistake that the Lee Sin made earlier just now, and now they should be coming back in full force 5v5 at the Drake pit soon.
Looking to see if they can take this. Interestingly, Revive didn't actually go for it right off the bat. They're trying to position towards the Baron instead. Very curious. I'm not sure if this is because the Rift Herald is trying to siege up to the top side, so they feel if they go that way, they won't be able to respond to the Rift Herald. Pantheon's actually really far away from the fight, so we look for an engage now. Yako might be able to burst down the priority targets early on. The Xin Zhao goes down with a second to follow. It's going to be Bunzi. And now the Yasuo, he's looking very low. He's trying to dive after, go after Soas. They have the crowd control the lockdown. The damage from Chibi is enough. They take down the jungler. No more smite available. Means they move on to the Baron for free.
Yeah, that is absolutely very good for Yako, right? You know, Team Revive, they missed two opportunities right now. One is the Drake, two is the Baron. They're the one that should have these priority, but the pathing coming out from Suez all the way to the top side, thinking, yeah, I should have the ultimate just to TP all the way back into the fight. But no, there's that slow little charge up that you need to do. And Team Yako were like, you know, I can burst them quicker even before the Pantheon can land. And not only just winning that team fight, right? They also took down the Baron, proceed on to the Ocean Dragon, and it's practically just free real estate for Team Yakult.
Yeah, they just need to go back to base, escort the waves up, look for these turrets now. Because you already opened up such an express path down in the bomb side. That Dragon Lane turret is going to be easy pickings. You grab this inhibitor, and now you open up pressure on the opposite side of the map from the Baron. Revive are going to have to consistently watch out for that, go back to try and deal with the Baron wave. With the Baron and the super minion waves coming in, crashing in at the same time, it's a very tall task to have to watch out for, and a lot of room for error, which could do very well for Yakult. So I like what they're doing now. You grab one person to the bot side, that's going to be the Akali. You get somebody up to the top side, it's going to be PGSU.
Yeah, and that's something very scary, but hold on a second, another fight coming in.
Oh, totally collapsed on the Chibi, but she does have the Hourglass and the Guardian Angel, so she could survive here. Galley ultimately coming in. They force away Revive. They put them into a choke point. They're locked into place, the double kill, and looking at a potential triple, but he gave it back over to Chibi. You play into the pit, you play into the choke points, and you give the power back over to Yako.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? Because with the Lich Bane and also the Baron buff as well, I feel like Yako could just actually end this right now.
They definitely will, and on to the next list they go. Yako take this series 2-0 to close this one out and face off against NSL in the competition.
Yeah, GG well played over to the side of Team Yakult, man. Like, literally, they know all these, they know when to actually strike. They know when, you know, Team Revive is not ready for the fight, and they just hammer onto it. I like to point that out one time when, you know, when Team Revive thought that they could get away with the Grand Skyfall, with the ultimate or the Pantheon, they could always reinforce anytime. Team Yakult just bursted members of Team Revive down over and over again, and you can see no matter how, you know, Team Revive try to catch on top of Chibi, the Zhonyas, the barriers, even the Heroics entrance, everything stacked up just to make sure that Chibi stays alive, kicks in, and then just baited Team Revive right into that choke point, and everything is just history, right? Wildcard is definitely going to be landed on top of the members of Team Revive, and that's just it.
That's interesting. No Guardian Angel. So I missaw the animation of the Guardian Angel, I think, on Chibi, unless something changed at the end. I don't think so. So actually, no, it doesn't even need the Guardian Angel. Just had the Hourglass, and that was enough to buy them the time to jump back in on that final moment, to collapse back in onto Revive and win that team fight in really good position as well.
Yeah, and they do have two big globals, right? You know, PJ Su always could just go in from the side and push, and could just always reinforce anytime. Heroic's entrance is always, I feel like, the better global for me, because you provide so much shield onto, you know, like Chibi. Chibi could have died right there, right? Chibi should have died right there. Revive is like just homering in. They want to take this one down, but you know, Heroic entrance literally saved Chibi's life.
Oh, absolutely. That magic shield is so effective against especially stuff like the Katarina with a lot of AoE damage, and then being able to have that knockup at the same time. They found a lot of value with that Galio, and so a big congratulations over to Team Yako. They'll face off against NSL in the semis. NSL actually managed to get a 2-0 over the opponents in the quarters as well. So now I'm just more excited to see this new and improved NSL that's not only beat their longtime rivals in Space Gamers, but now also taking a strong win over Roy Ladies, going up against Team Yako tomorrow. I'm curious how this is going to play out. Tomorrow we're actually going to have two series. We're going to have the first best of 3 that's going to be between Grind Sky Ares and one other team between BGM Ladies and GGTY, the winner of that match. And then we will also have one best of 5 that will end things off between the winners of our 2 semifinals.
Yep, so pretty exciting matches going in, even just for day one, right? That first series earlier just now, NSL going up against Space Gamer KALLYX. I think that was just the best series in my mind, because not only just you mentioned NSL beaten their rivals, and now they're like prime all the way into the grand finals for the playoffs in day number 2.
Yeah, and with that being said, that's it for day number 1 of the Wild FSL Wild Rift Open. It's been an amazing set. We got to see some cool things. We were this close to a penta kill, then that would have really made my day. We had a Baron steal, had a Quadra kill, we had some pretty cool Nexus fight ends. With that being said, that's about it for us here. We still have more matches tomorrow, so sign back in onto the FSL, Twitch, YouTube, wherever you guys want to watch this. I'm Brandon. With me, it has been Jayz. So on behalf of the FSL team, producer, observers, everyone that's made this work, all the TOs, and as well as the players, thanks for signing in with us today. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
There's no doubt, gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. Adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Through